and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Oh, well, Andrew Salciunas picked one hell of a week to go on vacation. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew today. John Kincade to my left. Sean Rodman on the board. And what another absolutely wild day in sports in general and specifically here in Philadelphia. There are three major stories that we have to get in today, that we have to balance with. Yeah, it's a big one for us today as we break down the big stories around here in Philadelphia. Let's start with the one closest to the postseason that matters the most locally, I would say, which is the Flyers.
It's unbelievable.
With another huge win over the New Jersey Devils last night, a 5-1 final. They get it buzzing early. Trevor Zegras, 2 before most people probably turned on their television sets. And then you get a little bit sketchy there at the end of the first, but Tyson Forster gets 2 early in the second. It was pure dominance for
and it was over
a long portion of that game. Now, we've got a lot that we're going to get into today. Bryce Harper's had some comments about the contract.
Well, through his mouthpiece.
Yes. Diana Rousini and Mike Vrabel are all booed up at a resort in Arizona. But before we get to all that, let's hear how it sounded last night here on The Fanatic as the Flyers took another step closer to the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs. Tyson Forster with the goal to put him up 4-1 and ice that game.
Flyers have numbers the other way. It's Forster, Michkov, and Zegras. Drop past Michkov. Into the high slot to Zegras. Back across in front. Forster, he scores! Tyson Forster has his second goal of the period. His 13th of the year. And the Flyers open the 4-1 lead.
It was just dominance for a large portion of that game last night. And I know the Devils are not exactly a cup contending team, but still, with everything that's on the line and a young team, the Flyers have gone from will they get tight in these moments territory to they might be one of those teams that are like too young to know any better.
They seem incredibly confident. Last night they went for the jugular. After getting up 2-0, they sort of laid back a little bit and had it taken to them. And up 2-1, you thought, okay, things are slipping away. At the end of the first period, it looked like they were just hanging on. The way they responded in the beginning of that second period, they put the game away, and it was over. There was no doubt in my mind. There was no concern. I did not expect, even if they had gotten a second goal, I was not concerned. They were not giving up that lead last night, and right now, sitting there with an incredible chance to advance to the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is incredible.
So many guys were great in that game last night. And I think it was a really good encapsulation of what's made this season what it is for the Philadelphia Flyers. Dan Vladar, another great night in net. That's going to be lost with the 2-goal performances from Zegras and Forster. But Vladar has been a huge reason why, maybe the number one reason why, the Flyers are where they are. Trevor Zegras, with the way he started that game, has been, I want to say, the heartbeat of this team for what feels like a large part of this season. And that's an amazing acquisition.
He's been fantastic.
He changed the... I don't want to overstate this and do the whole he changed the culture thing because that might be too far for one player this early when we haven't even seen him truly lock down a playoff spot. But he's been a difference maker for them. And then Tyson Forster coming back, reminding you what the young talent is like on this team outside of guys like Michkov and Porter Martone, the headliner young players that you're looking at. It was a great overall view of why this team is where they are.
I think it is such a testament to the fact that people make really rash judgments, and I kept saying it about the rebuild, that people wanted the microwave rebuild. It doesn't happen like that in hockey. You have to take the time, and you have to let things cook. This team now, it's a very promising story of young people, and yesterday, NHL.com and everything is like, wow, the Flyers' young talent. Look at all the Flyers' young forward. Look at all the Flyers' young wings. Look at all the... Now, the Flyers are one veteran centerman away from really being a deep team in the East. And it changes all so quick because people had knee-jerk reactions because they wanted a microwave rebuild. This is still ahead of schedule, Connor. I'm absolutely floored with what I'm seeing. I still am absolutely shocked that this team is doing what they're doing. There's still work to do. And I think it's just 2 more wins myself, 2 of the last 4. But there's still work to do. It's not over yet, but it certainly is starting to feel that way.
Yes,
Put it that way.
And when you take the math out of it and you just look at how they're playing right now, you know the feel of a team that's going to make something happen. And this team has everything heading in the right direction. You can just kind of feel that the momentum. Let's compare them real quick to where like the Sixers are at right now. We're going to talk later on in the show. We're going to get to the Sixers. They got a little bit of help last night and a little bit of not help last night. But that's a story for later on in the program. They feel like a team that's kind of backing their way and sputtering. The Flyers feel like a team that's breaking the door down, as Malcolm Jenkins once said about the Eagles making their way into the postseason. So they're in a great spot. We're going to want to hear from you. The text line, the phone line is open, 610-632-0975, the Davis Honda text line. You can send us a voice memo. Flyers fans all day continue to react like you have been during this run to just another great night for this hockey team.
It is just one. Isn't it fun, though? Warmer weather. It's light out.
I don't know if it's warmer today.
Well, no, I mean, it's like we're getting to this point. This morning is certainly not warm, I can tell you that. But it's just exciting. It's this close. It's this close. Got to close it out. Get the deal done.
Absolutely. But it was a great capitalization on the big win against the Bruins on Sunday, following it up with that focus of a performance. Can't say enough great things. We're going to talk to Kevin Kurz of The Athletic coming up at 9:05 from the more analytical reporter view on what's going on with this team. On to the second big story of the day. We've got 3 here. The 3-headed monster of what in the world went on in sports yesterday. Bryce Harper's back in the news for contract conversations. Scott Boras doing a long-form interview with Scott Lauber of The Inquirer on Phillies Extra, Scott's podcast.
Sure.
That Scott being Scott Lauber. By the way, Lauber will join us tomorrow. So another big interview you're going to want to be a part of.
This is an incredible run of just stories.
Now, if you
falling out of the sky.
It is. Andrew Salciunas needs to go on vacation more. Now, if you did not see the latest with Bryce Harper, Scott Lauber talked about with Scott Boras the current contract, and we know that Bryce has brought up multiple times, whether it's himself or through his representation, which is Scott Boras, that he wants to play longer than his current contract in Philadelphia. That was reiterated yesterday. They used the legacy type of buzzword is what Scott Boras used. He wants to continue his legacy past his current contract. We'll play you some sound from that interview later on in the show. But once again, you're considering what the Phillies could do with Harper's contract.
I am very confident of the fan base I grew up in, of the community that I came back to live in, of the people that I know, that common sense will rule in this one. And that the fan base of Philadelphia will say, hell no. Not no. Hell no. To Bryce Harper and these stupid demands. And will say, are you freaking kidding me? That Bryce Harper wants a contract extension for a contract that doesn't end for 6 more years. Are you freaking kidding me? And I applaud, I really do, our man Ricky Batalico on Unfiltered. Because yesterday, coming home from class after Temple, I'm driving home, and I'm hearing Ricky Bo, and they're breaking down the story, and Bill and Silvana, and they're doing a great job on it. And hearing Ricky just flat out say, I've never heard of this kind of thing before. That with 6 years to go, someone wants an extension as they're leading into like the age of 40, and it's been declining. Like, are you kidding me? What are you doing? And to me, it got me thinking last night, Connor, it's all part of a chess game. And I think this has been the second move of the chess game. And I'll tell you a little bit about it. I don't know if you're a chess man. I like
chess.
I would not want to play you in chess.
I'm okay.
No, you're somebody I wouldn't want to play in chess because I consider Connor a very calculating, smart individual. I think Bryce Harper's played chess this entire offseason, and I think this is move 2 on the chessboard. If you didn't see move 1, I'll remind you what it was.
There's
But
a
it's
lot of
coming
levels.
Yeah, it's coming together.
That's going to lead off the 7 o'clock hour where we get really deep into that and play the Scott Boras audio for you so you can hear it directly from Bryce Harper's representation, what he was setting up in that interview with Scott Lauber. It's interesting because there are two sides to this. In one way, it's the Phillies should stand their ground because the guy is under contract with the team. And on the other side, I can't blame the guy for asking. But when you get somebody asking or requesting this contract extension, you as the organization have to do what's best for you. The big question with the Bryce Harper conversation is when you hear that again with the fan base, someone out there who roots for the Phillies, who spends your money on this team, who wants the best for this team long term, how do you feel in the moment now about Bryce Harper saying that? Because we talked all day yesterday. He's in a weird spot with this fan base. Now, I will say, it might be on some of y'all out there because we did just have the poll yesterday comparing him to Joel Embiid, and Harper might have seen our poll and said, wow, first off, shout out Dr. Avidan Appel. That is one heck of a poll. But secondly, I beat Joel Embiid by that much in the voting. Now I want the extension again. No, I don't think he was.
No, I mean, this is a calculated Scott Boras move, and it's been planned. And by the way, it's the third time. This is the third time that Bryce Harper has come forward through his representatives, wanting to try to get a new deal. But this is the first time that they're doing it in the court of public opinion.
Yes.
What they're about to find out is the jury is about to say, like Demand Rand, the jury is about to say, hell no, Bryce. You're out of your freaking mind. You are out of your mind. I don't know if the dust off the Fanatic sneakers has gotten in. I don't know what it is. You're out of your mind. This may be the dumbest calculation I've ever seen by an athlete.
So to be part of that jury in the court of public opinion, we'd love to hear from you on that on the text line, 610-632-0975. What are your thoughts when you hear that about Bryce Harper wanting to play past his current contract and bringing that up with the amount of time he still has left on his deal? We will dive much deeper into that story because there are layers to that financially, overarching with baseball, and just Phillies specific. And then we get to the TMZ portion of the program. This is unbelievable.
This is great.
NFL meets Love Island. What in the world is going on between Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots, and Diana Rossini, who is one of the premier NFL insiders in the reporting business?
Yeah, some people fawn all over her. Some of them locally fawn all over her. For the work she's done.
Well,
I've been very critical of Diana this offseason.
You have. Now, all of that, wherever you've stood on it to this point, had to have gotten turned on its head yesterday. If you somehow missed what seemed to be the biggest story in sports, photographs surfaced.
How about this? It was a story on the national news.
It's big-time stuff.
It's on the national news. It's in the first block of the national news. This is bigger than a sports story.
So page 6.
Which is always not the Connor. If you wake up on page 6, it's funny. Shaq has a line about this. If you wake up in the morning and you get a text going, "Dude, you made page 6," it's never good.
Not a good thing.
It's not good. You don't want that. So Rodman, if we ever find you on page 6, I think Scotty Mastel is making a call, going, "Sean, take the day off. Let this thing calm down."
I hope I'm never on page 6.
I don't
if
think
I'm on page 6, I hope it's page 6 of a newspaper in some degree, not page 6 the newspaper.
I don't think any of us are page 6 level, but it certainly is when photographs are obtained of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini poolside, and
no, in a hot tub together.
Yeah, being
holding
very
hands,
close quarters,
holding hands together. Now look. Mike Vrabel claims, now this is his own claim, that he drove 125 miles out of his way with some of his buddies to go hang out at this romantic couples-only resort. This is a couples-only resort. I just got back from a couples-only resort. A group of dudes don't roll in. So that's the one thing. And Diana, the story is she was on a girls' trip, girls' getaway.
Yeah.
That's usually not a couples-only resort either type of thing. This is a couples romantic getaway place where you reconnect. And he claims he drove 125 miles out of his way. This is his words. 125 miles out of his way to go there to hang out with her crew. By the way, her crew, it's like a Scooby-Doo mystery because none of them are seen.
Nope. Nobody besides those two are seen in the pictures that were put out there yesterday by Page Six and caught wildfire.
None of them seen. So, look, you can choose to believe anything you want to believe. I'm going to tell you this, Connor, you're not married. Rodman, you're not married. I'll tell you this right now. In my opinion, a married man of Mike Vrabel and I are married the exact same amount of years, quarter of a century, pretty much. You do not go drive 125 miles to a couples-only resort to go hold hands, hang out in a pool with another married woman. You do not do that as a married man. No married man does that. No married man would think that that is appropriate. No married man would be able to sell that to his wife and say, we're just friends. We're just going to go hang out for the day. That is the biggest load of crap story I've ever heard in my life. Now, if they can sell it to their spouses and it's a real story, God bless them. Maybe it's approved. Maybe it's approved in their house. I don't know. But what I'll tell you is no married man that I know, a quarter of a century married man, is saying, yeah, Christina, I'm going to go drive 125 miles while I'm on a business trip and go and hang out with this female friend of mine in the pool, the hot tub, hold hands, sunset.
Yeah, now,
dude, man,
I'm not worried about that part because, like,
come on.
I'm not worried about that part of it because that's aside.
Yeah, but that's the fake part of the story.
No,
so then you
I get it. Correct. I don't think anybody even needs to worry about like Mike Vrabel, married, not married, whatever. To look at those pictures, and we talked court of public opinion with Bryce. The court of public opinion. The jury is voting
appropriate
very quickly that this is not just, hey, we're hanging out, getting some work stuff done.
It's not appropriate in their relationship and how their relationship stands.
Right. And this is a big story nationally because you've got premier NFL insider, NFL head coach, seemingly booed up out at this resort in Sedona, Arizona. Beautiful place, by the way.
It is beautiful.
Here's where
it's very sleepy, though. It's very quiet. You would not like it.
Nah.
You'd be bored silly.
Nah.
By the way, it's
give
not
me to the club.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to sit down.
Here's where it becomes a big story in Philadelphia, more so than anywhere else. I'm not sure if anyone out there has noticed, but there's been a little bit of buzz surrounding A.J. Brown this offseason. We haven't really talked about it much, but
who's been the major source of a lot of the news?
That would be one Diana Rousini. And the number one team that has popped up consistently.
Did you have to use the term popped up? I mean, seriously.
Come on now. Has been the New England Patriots.
I'm aroused by this story.
Now,
tell me.
Here's what I will say. Like, let's be fair in all of this because this is a really this really complicates the A.J. Brown situation. A.J. has long been he's had an affinity for that Patriots organization. He's a big Brady guy, so this doesn't completely absolve A.J. in my mind. But when you have this major story, and all of these anonymous NFL executive tips that A.J. wants to go, New England wants him, this could happen, this is going to happen, as normally Diana Rossini's reporting, and now you see the relationship, or at least how it's portrayed in these pictures, which is what we have to go on right now, both of them refuting in the comments they offered in response to this story.
Correct.
But,
yes.
Come on, we all have eyes. What in the world do you say now about the A.J. Brown trade rumor situation with the Patriots and everything? Does this invalidate this entire storyline to people?
No, because A.J. Brown at any time could have come out and said, this story's not real. There's nothing to it, Philadelphia. Nothing to it at all. The Philadelphia Eagles could have said at any time, there's nothing to this story, nothing at all. Just forget about it. That never happened. AJ's agent could have said at any time, not happening, nothing to it. So, no, it doesn't. Plus, I don't think the man who joins us at 8:05 today, Adam Schefter, I don't think we're going to see any pictures of Adam Schefter joining Mike Vrabel in a hot tub. are going to be popping up.
I don't know, man. Michigan just won the Natty.
They
Adam
did.
Schefter might be all over the place
They
this week.
did. He might be really happy. I mean, I'm sure he's still very, very happy. Did you see what he did to Dan Orlovsky?
I saw they had a bet. I didn't see exactly.
Dan
what it was.
Orlovsky has to wear a dangling, like, pirate's earring and stuff like that, which is great.
I think that would be a good look for Dan.
It is. Who's
But
wearing it?
we'll talk to Schefter about this at 8:05 because it's intriguing from just the reporter point of view. Like, what is the proper protocol here, and how do you mitigate this with people who have already been? We've seen it on this show when we bring up big stories, specifically normally surrounding the Eagles in this town.
Sure.
There are a lot of people that question even the most ironclad reports, and when you see something like this happening, everybody out there is going to go, well, what in the world do we do to trust this reporting?
Do we believe this?
Exactly.
And I understand if somebody goes, wait a minute now. Wait, does this mean it? No, they have every chance. They could have ended this at any time. A.J. Brown could have put this story to bed years ago.
Yeah.
Longer. He is not.
And at the same time,
And there's a reason.
There's now a bunch of stuff that you have to question of like how, to what degree is this story legitimate? There is something there, but now how much is there with this Rousini, Vrabel, whatever this relationship is?
Here the thing is, do you not believe that A.J. is somehow involved with Rousini getting all the here's what I want being said?
I do.
I do too.
But if somebody out there sees this and they're just like, I got to question everything now, I also understand
No, I understand.
that.
I totally would. But the bottom line is too many other legitimate reporters have absolutely reported it. And more importantly, the people involved have not denied it.
Which is why this is a tricky situation to evaluate just how much this affects everything. There's so much to get into today.
It's unbelievable.
Those are the three big stories. We are going to have plenty on all of those throughout the day. So coming up next, we're going to start with the Rousini-Vrabel situation. How does this affect the way that you look at the A.J. Brown trade reports? And how much can you write off? We dive deeper into that as we get rolling on a busy Wednesday here, a Schefty Wednesday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers are inching closer to the playoffs. I'm Sean Rodman. The Flyers beat the Devils last night on the road 5-1 thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Here is Trevor Zegras' opening goal that left the game open 1-0 for the Flyers less than 2 minutes into the game.
Philadelphia racing the other way. Konechny, late in the shift, right wing pass, got it to Owen Tippett. Tippett stops, then swings him behind the net. Sends it out in front. Sanheim, he's got a man, they score! It's Zegras in the far circle.
The Flyers sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro Division with 4 games to play. The Athletics' Kevin Kurz will join us on the Flyers' playoff push at 9:05. The Flyers are back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. The Phillies lost to the Giants last night 6-0, and it was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance. He allowed 11 hits and 2 earned runs. The offense wasn't much better. The Phillies were only able to put together 4 hits in the shutout loss. JT Realmuto left the game early in the second inning due to a bruised right foot, and Alec Boehm did not play yesterday due to groin tightness, according to Rob Thompson. Phillies have the rubber match today with Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phils and Tyler Mahle for the Giants. First pitch is at 3:45. I'm Sean Rodman, and this update is brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print boosts to your brand. Shop now in store, or you can shop online. Staples, that was easy. I'm Sean Rodman on The Fanatic.
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Timo Meyer trying to lay it out in front. That's picked off, and here's Philadelphia racing the other way. Konechny, late in the shift. Right wing pass, got it to Owen Tippett. Tippett stops, then swings him behind the net. Sends it out in front. Sanheim, he's got a man. They score! It's Zegras in the far circle, set up, and Trevor Zegras gives the Flyers the early lead with his 24th of the year. That's a new career high for Trevor Zegras. And less than 2 minutes into the opening period, the Flyers score the first goal of the game.
What a way to get off the game in New Jersey. Trevor Zegras right off the rip. It was 2-0 before you could blink, but the first goal of a 5-1 victory by the Flyers over the New Jersey Devils. I don't know who the most impressive player on the ice was. It might not have been a goal scorer because Matvei Michkov, the assist king last night, getting a lot of work, getting the puck where it needs to go. It was just a beautiful, beautiful hockey.
Connor, I'm going to tell you that Matvei Michkov has taken a lot of hits this year. I believe he's earned them.
Yeah.
So I don't believe it's like he's been getting, unjustly critiqued. But it took him. He showed up out of shape. He's been having to be taught. Rick Tocchet trying to get him to play the defensive end, be more of a diligent defensive player. Matvei Michkov has arguably been one of the top 5 Philadelphia players the past 2 weeks while they've turned this thing around. He's been a top 5 talent for them. And to me, that's an incredible under-the-radar story of, wow.
Yeah, and people want to see the goals. I get it.
I get it, yes.
You want to see him put the puck in the net because he's one of these top prospects turned into this future star player. I do not care whether it's
I don't
assists,
care if it's against
goals,
either way.
Points at all. Just getting the puck to the right spot on the ice, and he seems so much more comfortable at this point in the year playing in Rick Tocchet's system, which was clearly a struggle for him to get there. But credit to him for working on it. And also credit to Tocchet for sticking with it and allowing him to develop.
See, that's the perfect part that you just made. That's a perfect point you just made. It would have been real easy to Rick Tocchet to hear the public pressure of he was playing better under Tortorella. He was putting more points up and more goals up under Tortorella. That wasn't the player they want him to become. We're seeing now the player they want Michkov to become. The guy who can play the total ice surface. He's been so good the past 2 weeks. I'm just hoping this is the player he's becoming. And it's not just about conditioning right now, by the way.
No.
It's not just about him being in condition. He's doing a great job.
And it only works if you have guys to get the puck to. And you've seen that now that Trevor Zegras, Tyson Forster, Owen Tippett, the guys that they have that are out there on the ice that are able to get to the net and put the puck in the net at a high rate, they've got a lot going for them right now. So we'll continue to talk Flyers all day. You can check in with your excitement for this playoff push and your reaction to another big win on the Davis Honda text line, which we'll check later this hour, 610-632-0975. Now, we broke down a lot of big stories, the big three. The three-headed monster of the sports scene from yesterday, at least here in Philadelphia. And we set up this really just shocking, unbelievable, very in-depth conversation about Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel, a premier NFL insider and a current NFL head coach. The picture surfacing of them together at the Ambiente Resort in Sedona, Arizona, where it seemed like they were doing a little bit more than just sourcing a story or giving out a quote on what the Patriots are trying to do this year.
Yeah, I always hold hands with other married women and get into the pool with them and then overlook a beautiful sunset in Arizona. I always do those kind of things.
Sometimes you and Andrew hold hands talking sports.
We do, but our wives are okay with it.
Okay.
They're okay with it. They realize this is a marriage too, so it's great. So yeah, I'm embarrassed for both of them. I'm embarrassed for both of them that this is going on. But the story, Connor, and as you're going to get into here, is the story is the coverage of the story that has engulfed our lives.
Yes.
Regarding and these two have been centrally involved.
A.J. Brown's trade rumors, reporting, whatever you want to call it, has been one of the central storylines of the NFL offseason, if not the central
No,
story.
it's the number one story.
And the loudest voice on that has been Diana Rousini. And now
No
that you
question.
see this with the head coach of the team that is the best odds for where he would end up if he does not play in Philadelphia, it makes you question everything. with this.
Everything.
So my question to you, John, because I know I'm going to keep AJ here. I'm not this story doesn't exist, it's not real, but I want him to be on this football team. So I'm going to naturally have those biases to say, I hope he stays. I don't want him to be traded. I'm going to fight against that story.
I completely understand that sentiment. We all love watching A.J. Brown play. He's awesome.
But you, as someone who has constantly fought the fight of trust the reporting on this, like this, and trust what you're hearing from AJ, and talking more about the local reporters who have had this story as well.
Sure.
How much of this AJ Brown trade reporting do you now say, I got to either write that off or I question? Break down your thought process when you see this come out yesterday.
I would just say, to me, I don't believe for 1 second that this was not a orchestrated, seeing the two of them canoodling like that this isn't some sort of a, hey, can you help us here? Hey, can you spread some information? Or I'm the source. I'm getting good information because of this, because this is what we want to happen. Now, to me, though, I don't believe the problem is that there will be people who will say this is now a fake story, which is ridiculous because of the amount of credible media members, especially the ones locally, who have reported on it, who absolutely, I will never see in a hot tub with Mike Vrabel. I'm not going to see. Tim McManus is not getting in a hot tub with Mike Vrabel. Don't see that happening.
No.
I don't see Jeff McClain in the hot tub with Mike Vrabel in order to get a story. I don't believe these guys are getting in hot tubs with people. I just don't. I don't see that. Or holding hands over a beautiful sunset in Arizona. It's so funny. Is I got a text last night. My daughter says to me, she goes, "This sets back women in media too." By the way,
that's another part of this conversation.
She goes, "This sets back all the women who do great work in media, who are great, credible reporters. This sets them back."
We will have a conversation later in the show about who optically is in the worst spot here between Vrabel and Rousini, because there's an argument to be made on either side of that. But the bigger focus here in Philadelphia is obviously the question about the A.J. Brown reporting. And I want to know what you have to say about that. I want to hear from the fans out there, because we get a chance to talk to reporters all the time. We get a chance to interact with them more than your average fan does. So we have a little bit more. I don't want to say, we know more, but we know how this works a little bit more intimately than the average person who does not get the chance to do that. From a fan's perspective, somebody on the outside looking in, I would see this and I'd be like, well, what in the world can I trust? And that now changes the whole tenor of how this fan base is going to look at the A.J. Brown trade rumors.
And we both, by the way, neither one of us are saying we don't understand if somebody doubts some of the reporting on this story now because of this story.
Yeah.
But it's the reporting from Diana Rousini.
Right.
It's not the reporting from the credible media members. One of them will join us at 8:05 today, who is not getting in the hot tub with anybody. I've known Adam Schefter since 99 is when I first met Adam. And we got to know each other. Known him for a quarter of a century or more. And I know Adam Schefter. I've seen him at Super Bowls, hung out with him at Super Bowl parties, things like that. I know that Adam Schefter is not getting in hot tubs with head coaches and doing this. This is the reporting on the A.J. Brown story again. And the number one thing is, at any time, A.J. could have shut all this down.
He could have.
He didn't. A.J.'s representatives could have shut all this down. They didn't. The Eagles could have shut all this down. They didn't. That's all you need to know.
Now, we have, as we always do here in the mornings, 4 hours strong in the mornings, 4 hours strong in the afternoons on Unfiltered. The Twitter poll is always up, thanks to Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. The Twitter poll is up again today. Sean, what is our Twitter poll?
Our Twitter poll today is, how much do you believe the Vrabel-Rousini story has impacted the coverage of a potential A.J. Brown trade?
And the options?
The options are completely, somewhat, or not at all.
I think that's a really fair poll question, because I think it gives everybody a place to land on this.
Yeah.
And it is specifically about the coverage of the story from Diana Rousini's standpoint. Her coverage, her association with Vrabel, their association with A.J. Brown, by the way. because A.J. Brown, and I'm surprised, honestly, the shocking thing to me is that the pictures on page 6 weren't of A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel in the hot tub together, holding hands.
He's busy on the podcast with Julian Edelman.
The way they talk about each other, dudes on dudes podcast. I mean,
You don't know. That could still be coming out.
that might be. I'm surprised.
That could be TMZ.
I'm surprised I didn't see A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel holding hands. I've never seen two guys talk about each other like that.
But
honestly, I'm telling you. And I have many mentors in my career that have done great things to help me get to where I'm at and have worked with me throughout my career. I don't talk about them the way A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel talk about each other. You talk about Love Island.
Yeah, but on the whisper,
seriously,
in the whisper down the lane game of anonymous sourcing and reporting on this scale, now people are like, well, how much is AJ? How much is Mike Vrabel talking to Diana Rousini? How much is this Rousini colluding with Vrabel to get the story out there? There's so much going on here.
Here's what I want you to say.
It's a lot to break down.
See, 100. Hey, I'm only 89 miles out. See you soon. Got the GPS on.
We'll hear from the people coming up next. What is your reaction to this ridiculous story in the NFL world and specifically here in Philadelphia? And I have a Flyers question. I might need you. If people have like a get-back coach, I might need you to pull on the back of the collar for me a little bit today and keep me off the court because I'm getting a little bit maybe too excited about the Flyers.
I love this.
Are you starting to believe in more than just a playoff appearance? We'll talk about it next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Sean Rodman on the board. Back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
When you've been in business for almost 4 decades, that means you're doing something right. Dan White and Associates, specializing in retirement and financial planning, know that each client's unique needs need to be addressed individually. They're going to stress test your retirement plan. They're going to help you take a different approach by educating you on retirement planning, financial planning. So if you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, Dan White and Associates is going to help you create income in retirement that will help you support the lifestyle that you want to live. Because everybody wants to find certainty in their financial future, whether it's being able to pay for that next house, the kid's college education, or if they want to play a hell of a lot of golf when they're in retirement. Because finances in retirement can be an overwhelming topic. The experts at Dan White and Associates will help you make sense of whatever your unique situation is. They host these educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can go and be a passive listener, have a great meal, meet their team, and then you can have your own complimentary no-risk consultation at one of their offices in Pennsylvania or Delaware. Here's what I want you to do. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com and then have that first conversation, because the first conversation will lead to a second one, and the second one will help lead to that peace of mind that you need. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com.
Got something to say?
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
Zegras skates through the middle at center ice. Over the line, he'll give it up. Toward Martone in front, they score! What a pass! Martone in front of the net to Zegras, and he's got his second goal early. The Flyers, less than 3.5 minutes into the game, have the 2-0 lead on the 24th and 25th goals of the year for Trevor Zegras.
We were on Hattie Watch in the first, 4 minutes of that game
That was
last
incredible.
night? Trevor Zegras, what a start. Kid looked like he was shot out of a cannon. There's one major issue with Trevor Zegras and his performance last night. And this could be a potential big issue for us here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
What's that?
I saw tweets from the collection of the great folks on Middays with Marks, whether it was Sean Brace, John Marks, Ray Dunn, talking about the need for a parody Getting Ziggy With It song.
No.
That needs to be produced for today.
No.
What is it with the midday slot and always wanted to sing?
Well, first off, I find that I find that incredibly humorous because I really enjoy making up words to songs. My daughter and I, that's always been part of our thing, the two of us. I do not want them messing around though with Trevor Zegras. No. Don't mess with the
Mojo? Are you
No.
are you worried about a jinx?
No, don't mess with it. Just everything's fine.
Sounds like it.
Worried about a jinx?
Are you going Ziggy with it? Are we getting Ziggy with it?
I don't know what they're going to do, but that's why you got to listen to Middays with Marks every day from 10 to 2.
As long as Ray Dunn gets himself a tumbler with a lid on it, we'll all be all right.
But,
That should be the number one course of action around here.
Everybody is
good, Sean, let's raise that right there.
I'm ready.
There we go.
Everybody is all flyered up here, though, not just at the Fanatic, but in the great city of Philadelphia. As we've got some hockey to be excited about for the first time in a long time. Speaking of the Flyers, am I going too far here? Now, let me be clear.
Okay.
I'm not saying Stanley Cup.
Okay.
That's insane.
Okay.
Right?
Good.
We're not. I still have a brain in here somewhere. It might be smaller than the average person's, but there is still a brain.
All right, at least he said it. We didn't have to say it, Sean.
But are you starting to believe in more than just a playoff appearance for the Flyers, whatever that means to you? If that's showing up and winning a first-round series, and it appears that if this does indeed, they land the plane, it'll probably be Pittsburgh. That is
it'll be Pittsburgh.
The heavy favorite for the
It's going to be Pittsburgh.
Do you believe in that? Is it, hey, I want to see them make like a true run and look like they belong? Like, what is your bar for expecting more? Because a week ago, we were talking about just find a way in. How cool would it be if we got playoff hockey?
We talked about it on post-show headlines the other day, Connor, and I was getting called a loser by some friends of mine because, I usually get that on the group text, but I was getting called it because of a stance that I took, and the stance that I took was, I just want them to show up and look like they belong. If they played 4 great games, like even if they played 3 really good games and lost, I'm not judging this if they make the playoffs by what they do win losses. I'm judging it by, did they get to the stage and just poop their pants?
Yeah.
I'll be really disappointed. If they get to the stage and then they play like they've been playing down the stretch and play tough and play some really good games, and they go away with like critical losses and just don't find a way to win, I'll take the experience of that and be totally cool with it. It's all gravy from the point they make the playoffs, but I do want them to at least show up and act like they belong.
Yeah.
But I'm not judging that on they got to win 2 games. They got to win 3 games. I'm not doing that to this team. Absolutely not.
I agree with that sentiment. That's why when I worded this out on the show sheet, I said believe, not expect.
Correct.
But what I will say is the believe versus expect, they're cousins in the emotional reaction to your sports teams. Once you believe a team can do something, you're naturally going to be more disappointed if they don't. It's not like the Phillies, whether they win the World Series or not, is the determination of whether it's a successful season. But once you start to believe more could happen, it opens you up for more potential disappointment.
Right.
I'm starting to think about the chances of them taking down a team in the first round of the postseason. Maybe that's a bridge too far because they haven't even fully locked down a spot yet. But the way this team is playing and how volatile the Stanley Cup playoffs can be, I'm not going into a series against the Pittsburgh Penguins, if and when we get there, saying, yeah, they don't have a chance.
Okay, here's the one thing I got to say to you is I want you to take one word, and I want everyone in the Flyers fan base to politely take one word out of their vocabulary. The word disappointment should never come into your mouth about this team if they get a playoff.
I agree.
This year, there should be no such thing as if they make the playoffs. If this team goes to the playoffs this year, there should not be anything. Oh, I'm going to be really disappointed if they don't win 3 games. I'm going to be really disappointed. This series doesn't go 6. I'm going to be really disappointed. That's an absolutely ridiculous bar to put this team on. I can't believe where they're sitting. I really can't. I really can't. And Rick Tockett's done a hell of a job. And his coaching staff, by the way, he gives a lot of credit, as he did with us the other day. You can go back to the YouTube channel if you want to go back and listen to the whole interview. He gives a lot of credit to his coaching staff. Todd Reardon and the others that they and the defensive system that got put in when he was at the Olympics. A man who really shares the wealth of, hey, here's the credit I'm going to give to my staff. I'm really excited. But if the word disappointment comes out of any Flyers fan's mouth, if they make the playoffs, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Now, if it's 7-1, 7-1, 7-1, 7-1, I'll that's a little different.
I meant more like it ends and you hang your head because you're like, wow, I thought this team had more.
No.
Not like upset with the team, but more just like, damn, I really thought they had a chance here. So we have a lot of stuff we're getting into. 3 big stories with the Bryce Harper contract extension talks resurfacing, Diana Rousini and Mike Vrabel, and, of course, the Flyers in the playoff push. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line this morning, Sean?
All right, well, let's start off with the Diana Rousini, Mike Vrabel conversation, and Matt from Destin, Florida, checking in saying, my hope for this is that AJ was unaware and Vrabel was leaking what he was saying to Rousini, which tarnishes their relationship.
Okay, I could buy that.
Yeah.
I could buy that. I think that it's not out of the question. I believe AJ knows exactly the relationship between Vrabel and Rousini.
You think so?
Yes, because I believe that he knows that Rousini and himself are tight.
Right, so you'd imagine that would have came up at some point.
Yes.
But who knows? They're stowing away at Ambiente Resort down in Sedona, Arizona, trying not to get caught on camera, and, well, now their worlds have gotten turned upside down, and so has NFL reporting's world and Philadelphia Eagles fans' world as well today. There's so much to get into with that. Now, is Bryce Harper trying to turn the Phillies' world upside down? Scott Boras, one of the most powerful men in sports, joined Scott Lauber of The Inquirer, friend of the program. He will join us tomorrow, Scott Lauber will, and talked on the Phillies Extra podcast about Bryce Harper's contract situation currently. Hear what Boras had to say next. You're not going to want to miss it. A lot of influence in this guy. How is he trying to influence the Phillies? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
We're getting closer to potentially playoff hockey. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers beat the Devils on the road last night 5-1 thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Flyers sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro Division with 4 games to play. The Athletics' Kevin Kurz will join us on the Flyers playoff push at 9:05. The Flyers are back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. The Phils, though, they lost to the Giants last night 6-0. It was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance, allowing 11 hits and 2 earned runs. Here is Rob Thompson postgame on where Sanchez struggled.
Some of the numbers were pretty good. First pitch strikes, threw a lot of strikes, fastball command. He was having trouble getting the ball to his glove side on the right-hand hitters, and the ball was just leaking back to the middle of the plate. So, it was just one of those nights.
The offense wasn't much better. The Phils were only able to put together 4 hits in a shutout loss. JT Realmuto left the game early in the second inning due to a bruised right foot. Alec Boehm did not play yesterday due to groin tightness, according to Thompson pregame. Phillies have the rubber match today with Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phils and Tyler Mahle for the Giants. First pitch is at 3:45. Sixers are off tonight, and they're back in action tomorrow to start their back-to-back. This update is brought to you by Wawa. Wawa's $6 meal deal is back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hershey chips, all for $6. Limited time, gotta have Wawa. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
the Fanatic app.
Jack Hughes back to the line. Side of the net. Luke Hughes gives it up. Oh, what a save by Vladar. He made another one. 2 on Timo Meyer.
Dan Vladar, man, he's going to get lost in this run that the Flyers are on, but they don't get to this position where this run matters without him being as good as he's been this year.
Connor, you can't even, and I'll say it again, NHL.com did a list of the 30 free agents signings of last offseason, and I believe it was 27 or 29 Dan Vladar came in.
Well,
I mean,
update that.
And he's arguably top 3 or maybe top 2.
Yeah.
So Danny Briere, again, who has taken a lot of shrapnel from a lot of the Twitter GMs on Flyers Twitter that have said, oh, the rebuild sucks. This is awful. They did not see what Dan Vladar. By the way, I did not. So I was not critical of it. I liked it. But at the time, what I said of it was the guy's never played more than 30 games. So to me, we had 2 number 2 goalies, and it was just they were hoping that Vladar was going to take the next step. So I wasn't critical. I liked Vladar.
Yeah.
But I was like, they have 2 number 2 goalies.
Well, you love him now.
Oh,
I
my
think
gosh,
everybody in Philly loves him
He's
now.
amazing. Well, Ricky Bowe and I sat down with him at the Flyers Carnival.
Yeah.
And what a cool dude, too. Like a really good dude. And very lighthearted and a big sports fan.
Oh, that's good.
He didn't talk any Flyers with us. Like off the air. He didn't
Just want
talk
to get into everything.
He didn't talk any Flyers with us. So he's like very, very fun guy. And they're going to have to pay, by the way, they're going to have to pay out the nose to keep him because next year he's under contract.
Yeah, but the year after.
Dan Vladar, everybody is going to come after Dan Vladar.
Well, it's about that time, and that's a conversation for another day. It's about that time where the Flyers start spending some money, and this is the validation of that. So you just heard that call. You heard the game last night here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Tim Saunders, great call as always there. They got the Red Wings tomorrow night, the Flyers' next game, and they're knocking on the door of locking in a postseason spot. The Phillies are just starting their season. So we're not talking postseason yet, even though we've got a lot of wake me up in October folks in the Phillies fan base. They get shut out last night, 6-0 in San Francisco. We will talk about that game later on in the show. Some more pressing matters than an early April baseball game. But Bryce Harper found himself in the news again yesterday because of commentary from his representation, Scott Boras, his agent. And Scott Boras joins Scott Lauber.
So, Scott, this is Scott on Scott.
Absolutely. 2 great Scotts. Lauber will join us tomorrow. And the Philadelphia Inquirer gets this great work on Phillies Extra podcast where one of the most influential figures, not just in baseball, but in sports in general, like Boras is top of the heap when it comes to a guy with pull of how this league operates.
Connor, I think he's the most influential agent in sports.
Yeah.
In sports. Put it across all sports, I think he's the most influential agent.
I mean, that argument is fair to make. He is a big-time determinant, especially in a year where you've got all this stuff going on, salary cap-wise. He's an important guy.
Correct.
And he's very important to Bryce Harper because, well, he is the guy that Bryce Harper goes to when he wants something done.
Yeah, because, look, as Bryce Harper pays him a lot of money, probably pays him 3.5%, something along those lines, 3%. So to have his guidance, so he makes a ton of money off of Bryce Harper. But you're getting great advice from a Scott Boras. Scott Boras knows how to run these things well. By the way, Scott Boras doesn't talk about Bryce Harper and his contract without Bryce Harper knowing exactly what he's going to say and Bryce Harper wanting him to say it. If you've never had an agent in your life, your agent does not speak for you without you telling them to do it. Agents do not just go off and say, hey, you go sit in the corner. You just go play baseball, Bryce. I'm going to decide how I speak for you. That's not how these things work. This man is speaking for him. So everything that went down, completely calculated in what he had to say.
So here is what went down. Let's go with the first clip, which is him talking about Bryce Harper's want to play longer than his contract here in Philadelphia. This was the clip that was circulating on social media yesterday that really brought up this conversation about Bryce Harper and going back to the table, whether it's himself publicly or through Scott Boras, which you might as well be Bryce Harper saying it, and where he views his standing contract-wise with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Look, there's no question that Bryce has made, in my discussions with John and Dave, that they're fully aware that Bryce has a legacy that he wants to fulfill in Philadelphia beyond the current contract, and we've already had discussions about that as we go forward.
We've heard this before, so this isn't like breaking news that Bryce Harper wants to play longer than his current contract. But
correct. He wants to play, 6 years from now, whatever.
Yeah, until he's into his 40s is what he said.
I don't know how he can say that, but it's, like I want to play into what you want to do and what you can do are two different things.
Yeah.
It's a guy who's been breaking down with injuries. He's some of them out of his control when he gets hit in the hand. You can't do that one. But other things like the back and things like that are things that you wonder, how is that going to go over time?
I hope he holds up, and I hope
he does too.
To play good baseball.
Because you got 6 years of him.
But we don't know. And yes, you still have 6 more years left on this contract. So you believe, John, when you heard that yesterday, that Bryce Harper is mounting a calculated campaign.
Yeah, you like to play a little chess. I think this is sometimes moves in chess. Sometimes moves of strategy in games of strategy are setting up. Sometimes a play call from an offensive coordinator, except Kevin Patullo, you call one play to set up something so you're going to dupe somebody for a later play call. I believe the first move this offseason was Bryce Harper with the Not Elite t-shirt. The Not Elite t-shirt that he puts on all his social media and everything, and then when quizzed on it, he goes, they make it for me and I put it on. BS, Bryce. You know what t-shirt you're putting on. You know it was done with intention. You know it was put on your social media with intention. You run your social media. So, bottom line, you know what's going on there. I think that was move number one. I think this is move number two. That his agent then talks to Scott Lauber and talks about the fact is, yeah, we've had discussions with the Phillies. Yeah, we know. They've approached the Phillies multiple times about a contract extension and more money. And the Phillies have rebuked it, have not gone with wanting to pay Bryce more money on a contract that has 6 more years to run. Of course not. Why would I think about renegotiating with you? You signed a 13-year contract. Why am I looking to give you more years when you got 6 more years left? How about showing me at least let me see the next 3 or 4. You put 3 or 4 more years together that are really solid and your body looks like it's holding up and you're doing great. With 2 years left, I'll talk about extending you. I'm not talking about extending you with 6 years left.
Now, let me ask
you. Are you kidding me?
The Phillies did just completely rip up a contract where they had Christopher Sanchez on one of the best deals in baseball. They didn't have to do that. They could have kept him at that price point. But they could have. They not only, it wasn't an extension. It was a complete redoing of the contract.
They gave him $60 more million really at the back end. That
essentially it was an extension, but
it wasn't. But you know what it was.
Yes, they did not have to do that, and they decided that Christopher Sanchez was worth that value.
How old is he?
What is he?
Does he have an injury history?
28.
Is it no? He's young.
He does not have an injury.
He's young.
History.
He has no injury history, and he is considered to be your ace moving forward.
Yes,
despite the 11 hits last night, that wasn't good.
Yeah, that was not. We'll react to the game itself later on.
But to me, it's Christopher Sanchez is a completely different situation. Young guy, completely underpaid. Bryce Harper's contract, by the way, the total contract value, he's still a top 10 player in baseball. I don't want to hear about it. He's not underpaid. He is not in any way underpaid. He's not an underpaid guy. And by the way, he's been a guy who's been breaking down.
Now, you don't feel that way, but let's remember what the story is with this. John Middleton told him to his face that it is well reported you're underpaid.
Okay.
If my boss came to me and told me you're underpaid, my response would be, then pay me more. And I think that's a totally natural way to go about that.
No blame at all. But you know what, though? He's already had that conversation twice since then. He tried it once, tried it twice.
Third time's the charm.
Here's what I would just say to you is when he went to the Phillies the first time, after John Middleton said that in 2022, that offseason, John Middleton said, nah, we're good. Then he tried to do it again Nah, we're good. Now he's coming back. He's had a weaker case every time he knocks on the door for more money and an extension. He's coming back with a weaker resume and a weaker case and an older guy. Nah, we're good. Get the clue, Bryce. We're good.
So you say this is a calculated campaign, and it was move 2. So what do you believe this is leading to? Like, what is the end game here for Bryce Harper, in your opinion?
Give me a new contract or move me. Scott Boras, game plan 101. Boras 101. You're going to pay me more money, or I'm going to ask out. And you're going to move me to the Yankees or the Dodgers or somebody that could afford me. It is absolutely calculated, planned, and I completely believe that this is an orchestrated effort from the not elite, which I think might as well have just been Bryce Harper putting up the middle finger on Instagram and DMing it to Dave Dombrowski. I think that is just, and then move number 2, your agent for the third time knocks on the door and asks for more money and an extension, and then there it is. And the Phillies, I don't believe the Phillies are going to in any way do this.
Well, we will get to what the Phillies should do here in a second. I want you to hear this as well from Scott Boras, also in the interview with Scott Lauber on Phillies Extra. And he talked about the Bryce Harper original signing with the Philadelphia Phillies and something he advised Harper to do that Harper told him no on.
In Philadelphia, one of the reasons that Bryce went there, and remember, I created the opt-out. I did that in Alex Rodriguez's contract. Right. I advised Bryce on it 5 times. And Bryce said, no, I want to be in Philadelphia in one city. I want to win a championship. And to do that, I want to show the fans, and I want to show the organization, and I want to be able to recruit players to Philadelphia and let them know that I'm going to be here for the duration. That's my best chance at winning a World Series. And as far as my contract and valuation, I know it's going to change. I hear all your caution, but I trust that I'll perform well and that the ownership will understand that my motivation is a championship motivation, and we share that common dimension. And I'm sure they'll treat me fairly down the road.
Okay, here's what you do. You sign a 13-year contract. You know why you sign a 13-year contract? You're asking for job security. You're asking for security for your family. You're asking for, by the way, a contract that is still a top 10 contract in Major League Baseball. He's not underpaid. Is Bryce Harper a top 10 player in baseball? No, he is not. He is not. If they had a Major League Baseball draft right now, Bryce Harper's not going in the top 10.
Yeah, well, age a factor there. But
that's my whole point. He's not underpaid.
Yeah.
Because what he's getting paid, he's getting paid like a top 10 player by that contract. So to me, it is a situation where the Phillies just got to not allow Bryce Harper and his camp, and Scott Boras is the master of this, to come in with a ski mask now. You wanted the job security. You can't play both. You can't play both things. You can't say, oh, I want to be in Philly. I want to be in Philly. But I want to be in Philly if you pay me more money and you renegotiate my contract and you give me more money. That's completely counter.
Well, I think you're taking a step that maybe Bryce is not taking, because the pay me or move me end game that you think could be coming from this, it goes totally in the face of what hey, I don't want an opt-out. Scott Boras advising him, I created the opt-out in Alex Rodriguez's contract.
Right.
Like, this is my thing.
No, it is.
It is.
It absolutely is his thing.
And you should do this. And Bryce there saying, I want to be with this organization. I want to commit to them. I trust that they'll treat me well, but I want them to know that my goal is a championship.
I think his goal is a championship, and I think his goal would be a championship wherever he went. That would be his goal. I admire Bryce Harper's work ethic. I admire the fact that I think he's a guy who cares about keeping his body in shape. I think he's a guy who puts in the time. I think he's a guy who leads by example as far as his work ethic and everything. But I don't believe that if he signed the contract, there's 6 years left on it.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely absurd that you're saying, I want to know when I'm 39 and 40 that I'm under contract. How about showing us show me what you were at 36, 37, and 38.
Sure.
Before then. Don't ask me now. I don't know what you're going to be like.
I just don't believe that this is leading down a road of him being out of here.
Then what is this about?
He wants to get paid more, and he wants to do it here. And if he doesn't get that, we've seen in the past, the story dies down for a little bit. Then it pops back up. He's willing to play under
It's
the
the first time
deal.
he's done it publicly, though. His agent doing it publicly.
Yeah, it is.
So what does that mean? That means
He really wants to get paid
That means he
more.
took the oven, he went over to the oven, and he turned up the heat.
But I don't think there's I don't think the end game for him is either pay me or move me. I think it's pay me, I deserve it, and I'm going to keep saying this, and I'll just get louder about it.
Okay, and what is that going to do? What is that going to do?
Maybe he believes.
Create uncomfortable locker room, create an uncomfortable relationship with the front office,
Well,
create an uncomfortable relationship with the fan base.
The uncomfortable relationship with the front office already kind of existed this offseason.
That's why I think this is a complete leverage move. I believe he feels he has hand over Dave Dombrowski.
He might.
He doesn't. The fan base didn't follow him. He thought when he came out with that Not Elite t-shirt, I completely, absolutely, 100% believe Bryce Harper's camp thought, yeah, fans are going to run out and buy the Not Elite t-shirts, and they're going to be like, yeah, Bryce, you tell them. It was exactly the opposite. Nobody was like, you get him, Bryce.
Yeah.
More people were like, Dombrowski, he was not right to say it, but not wrong what he said.
Yes,
So
that
to me,
seemed to be the prevailing
I think
opinion.
Bryce Harper expected there was going to be a groundswell of public support. That people were going to be like, yeah, he is elite. Yeah. Never happened.
So this is interesting to me. What is your reaction when you hear that from Scott Boras? 610-632-0975 is the number you can call in. You can text in. You can leave us a voice memo on the Davis Honda text line as well. We'd love to hear your voice, whether it's on the phone line or via those voice memos. Do you believe that this is the calculated campaign for Bryce Harper, and it could end with him wanting to play somewhere else if the Phillies don't pay him? Do you blame Bryce Harper for handling things in this way? What is your feel on the Bryce Harper contract situation? Because here's somewhere where, Johnny, you and I totally agree, but I also don't think it should be a worry for anybody.
Okay.
I don't think the Phillies are going to cave.
Oh, I don't think they are either.
I don't think there's any shot in hell.
I think they're going to chuckle.
And they frankly should. Did Bryce Harper, when John Middleton say, oh, you're underpaid, did he deserve more than what the current contract was? At that time, you could make the argument, yes. But he was under contract, and he still is. And I believe that normal, rational sports organizations do not do irrational things that are not in their best interest. Now, the Dallas Cowboys might do crazy, dumb stuff. The Cleveland Browns might do crazy, dumb stuff. There are plenty of organizations and teams out there that do illogical things. For all the faults of how the Phillies have built this roster and how we feel about the front office and everything right now, they're not an illogical franchise. They may be misguided in their strategy at times, but they don't do stuff just out of left field that makes no sense whatsoever. And paying Bryce Harper more money right now, the other part of this, with a complete change to the financial structure of the sport coming in 2027 with this CBA lockout that's going to happen.
And there's going to be a lockout.
Absolutely.
And they want a salary cap. The owners want a salary cap. Every sport that has where the owners have done the lockout to get a salary cap, they've gotten it.
There's no reason in the current structure of the sport or the potential new structure that the Phillies give up any of their leverage. So for anyone who's hearing this and is just like, I'm worried the Phillies cave and they pay Bryce more money, and how does it screw up how they can spend money on other younger players and try and build this thing for the future a little bit more if this year doesn't work out?
Right.
I don't think there's any world where that's reality, at least in the year 2026.
I think John Middleton's a smart man. I don't think he got to be a billionaire, even though it's a family business. I don't think you get to be a billionaire by being a dope. I hope that he just chuckles and says, no, I'm not going to be held up by you. I'm not going to pay you now. I'm not going to make sure you have job security for 7 and 8 years. I gave you a 13-year contract.
Yep.
Not doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Phillies stand strong on this.
And I don't think the fan base is going to rally behind Bryce and say, you get him, Bryce. You deserve more. I don't believe it.
I think in the past they might have, but in today's time with where he is currently with this fan base? I don't think so, unless the Ghost Energy deck was the money that they needed for the Bryce Harper.
Oh, that could
extension.
be.
You never know.
Exactly.
You hear the
Gotta
pockets
have that money.
Pockets are tight over there.
Poor
these
Callis
days.
family.
So what are your thoughts on the whole Bryce Harper situation? We'd love to hear from you on the phone line and the text line, 610-632-0975. We're also talking about the Diana Rousini, Mike Vrabel situation with them being photographed together at a resort out in Arizona. What does this do for how you look at the reporting surrounding the A.J. Brown story? And of course, we're not going to go away from the Flyers, but coming up next, which individual comes off looking worse in the Rousini-Vrabel situation? The coach or the reporter? We'll talk about it as we continue here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers are inching closer to the playoffs. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers beat the Devils on the road last night 5-1, thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Here is Zegras' opening goal that scored less than 2 minutes into the game from Tim Saunders.
Philadelphia racing the other way. Konechny, late in the shift, right wing pass, got it to Owen Tippett. Tippett stops, then swings him behind the net. Sends it out in front. Sanheim, he's got a man, they score! It's Zegras in the far circle.
Flyers sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro Division with 4 games to play. The Athletics' Kevin Kurz will join us on the Flyers' playoff push at 9:05. The Flyers are back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. Bills lost to the Giants last night 6-0, and it was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance, allowing 11 hits and 2 earned runs. The offense wasn't much better, and the Phillies, they only had 4 hits yesterday in the shutout loss. J.T. Realmuto left the game in the second inning due to a bruised right foot. We'll keep you updated on any information there. They're back in action today at 3:45 with Aaron Nola on the mound. Sixers are off tonight again with a back-to-back looming starting on Thursday. This update is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Nemitz into the middle. Luke Hughes was jacked at the Philadelphia line. York couldn't get it out. Now a centering pass right back in front to Hughes. He was stopped along the ice by Vladar. And Vladar got low and just got in the way of that.
Do you feel bad, Stonewall and Jack Hughes, American hero? Not at all when it comes at
Not the least.
Flyers winning, right?
I'm a little Hughesed out.
He was really good.
He's a fantastic player. Yeah, he's fantastic.
I mean, what a year for him. But what a year for the Philadelphia Flyers. So you're going to have to stare down some good players if you're going to make a run at this thing, not just make the playoffs, but find your way potentially even deeper into the playoffs. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But there should be nobody in the National Hockey League that scares this team the way that they're playing. It doesn't mean they're going to beat everybody. It doesn't mean they're going to beat anybody when it comes to postseason series. But they are a team. We talked about the Sixers being a dangerous team. That's more on paper. The Flyers are a dangerous team on ice right now.
Yeah, they're dangerous. They're dangerous, and they are overachieving, which is another thing that I really like. A team when they're overachieving and they're on one of these runs, because then it feels like, you know, your whole thing about the found money.
Yeah.
That it feels like the found money. It's the Flyers right now it's great. You know, when my kid will not play blackjack unless dad's fronting the money. Mm-hmm. With her own money, she won't play blackjack.
Yeah.
If dad's fronting the money, she'll play blackjack.
Yeah, she's doubling down. She's splitting eights. She's ready to go.
No. The rule is she has to, if she wins 100, like if I give her $100, she wins 40. She walks away from the table with $140. I get my 100 back.
Yeah.
She gets the 40. So she's pretty careful about it.
That's a good way to be. That's a good way to be. Now, speaking of the Flyers, we're going to talk to Kevin Kurz at 9:05. He covers the Flyers for The Athletic, so we'll get the reporter point of view on what's going on with the team, a little bit more in-depth there. We, of course, have Adam Schefter, as we always do, at 8:05. And in a little under a half hour, remember, another chance for you to win $1,000 today in the Fanatic Parlay Cash Contest Company, not wide contest we have going on here. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. We got an incredibly busy day here on Kincade and Salciunas and all day on the Fanatic, including one of the wildest stories you could have ever dreamt up when it comes to this NFL offseason. So the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel getting caught by the paparazzi at a resort out in Sedona, Arizona, being very, we'll just say more intimate than you would expect a NFL insider and a head coach to be.
You're not, if you're a married man 25 years, you're not holding hands with a woman. You're not watching the sunset with a woman. You're not in the hot tub with a woman. You're not doing those things.
Yeah.
You're not. And by the way, if you're on a trip with your dudes, with a bunch of buddies, and she's there with a bunch of girls, you usually would have some visual proof that there were these girls and that there was these dudes. And a married man does not drive 125 miles. This is his words. Does not drive 125 miles out of his way to go hang out with Diana's crew.
Yeah, I didn't see a single person
that's not right.
saying that this was like circumstantial or it lacked context besides the employers of these people or Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel themselves. So let's talk about the two individuals real quick.
By the way, Mr. Kraft says he sees nothing wrong with it.
Go there, didn't you?
He doesn't have any shocker. He doesn't have any problem with it at all.
But I feel like the number one place we went here in Philadelphia was Diana Rossini can't trust her reporting on the A.J. Brown stuff now, which I understand. That is the local angle on this story.
I understand it, and I sort of believe it.
Yeah.
Like on her reporting of it.
But there's a bigger conversation to be had here, which is, I think, just as interesting when you break it down. Who is optically in a worse spot here from a league perspective? Remember earlier on in the offseason with the whole Max Crosby saga with the Ravens, where they have this deal in place, it gets done, he fails the physical, the Ravens back out of the deal. Folks around the NFL are like, they should have known this is dirty pool.
Right.
The court of public opinion doesn't just exist with fans. For these two, it exists in the NFL. So is it the reporter who is getting cozy with the head coach who's done a lot of reporting on something that would influence his team in a positive way? Or is it the head coach that very clearly wants A.J. Brown to be a part of his football team, has talked about him glowingly as both a player and an individual? Now, how in the world, if Mike Vrabel comes out and says, no, I have not been influencing these reports, no, I am not the source on these A.J. Brown reports from Diana Rousini, how does the league look at him handling the influence of, because here's where this affects the A.J. Brown trade conversation. If they're colluding on how this news gets out, that is influencing.
Well, it's tampering.
It is tampering just at the base level. It's influencing the value of A.J. Brown, one of the Eagles' most valuable assets, who very well still could be traded this offseason. And if they're trying to knock down the value or influence it in any way to affect what the Eagles get back as a return that could help their franchise, you as a Birds fan should be livid. Not only that,
You should.
the rest of the NFL should say, what the hell, man? What are we doing here that we are changing the value of trades for some teams because you have the inside track with a reporter? It's not good in any circumstance.
You're degrading the asset because you're making it seem like there's only one landing spot for him.
Exactly.
Other teams may be saying, hey, well, look, it's already a done deal. But more importantly, it's the number one thing is, Connor, in the case you make, it's tampering.
Yeah.
It is tampering. It's very nondescript. It's very behind the scenes. It's very sneaky. But it's tampering because you're influencing the news cycle around this whole story. And you're doing it with a prominent NFL insider.
Now, we know, here's where it gets kind of tricky. Here's the gray area. You see leaks from organizations all the time where they'll put stuff out to reporters where it's just like, hey, I want to say this about X player or X situation to influence it. And that's something that goes on. So there is a part of this in every NFL report that you see. But when it goes to this level and you have these pictures surface, it takes on a life of its own. So to you, Johnny, optically, who's in a worse spot here? Is it Vrabel or is it Rousini?
It's Rousini.
Talk to me about why.
It's completely unprofessional. This is absolutely unprofessional. And there are people in our business who are fanboys. There are people in the media who report who are fanboys. There are people who are insiders. There are people who are reporters. There are people who do talk radio who are fanboys, who want to be friends with players. They want to be, I've in the past, it's a term some don't appreciate, they are jock sniffers. They love the approval of athletes. They want athletes to like them. They want the athletes to, hey, I got this athlete. They like me. I can text with them. They like me. And they're willing to literally kiss their backsides in order to gain that kind of access. By the way, NFL insiders do that too as part of their business. Sometimes they're willing to kiss a little butt to get what they want. But it influences your credibility as far as whether you can be counted on in a story. Are you just carrying the water for an organization, or are you actually reporting good news?
Yeah, I think you make a very strong point there. I would agree with you on who you pick, but Vrabel is not clean here.
No.
That is something that we'll see how other teams interact with the Patriots going forward with this coming out. And where the story goes, there's going to be a lot more out on it. Speaking of...
By the way, TMZ's on it. So now,
yeah.
I mean, this is... And and it's an interesting thing this morning because I'm already seeing it from coverage here out of New York Post. All three network news morning shows had it in their first block.
Yeah.
So this is a huge story. This isn't just a sports story. This is a huge story. This is a scandal.
The dramatic league that never stops,
yes.
The NFL. Now, someone who can be dramatic at times and also is someone who people look at and you say, okay, he does have his share of fanboys and fans that absolutely love him, is a guy like Bryce Harper. It seemed like he might have been playing that card when, once again, Scott Boras brings up how he's looking to play past his current contract in Philadelphia. That was another thing we've been talking about on the show. Joe in South Philly is on the phone line, wants to talk about it. Joe, you're live here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
good,
buddy?
Joe? What's up?
Yeah, just on this Harper thing. This guy, he tried to pimp them years ago for another contract for 5 years on his contract that he has now. And they told him no. They told him they weren't going to do it. but he's. I didn't like him when they got him.
Why?
So I don't know what he thinks he's going to do.
Why? Why? Because he's been a great investment, has he not?
With me, I don't know. The thing with me was he left Washington.
Okay.
They won the World Series.
Well, they didn't win the World Series because he left. It's not like
No,
he was
I know that.
Okay, well then that's not even worth bringing up. It's not like when they got rid of him, all of a sudden they were like, "Yeah, we're rid of Bryce. Now we're going to win something."
No, that's not the thing. No, I've been watching baseball forever, so I know if you're a good player, bad player, whatever. But I mean, he was okay at the time.
He was great at the time.
What are you doing now? You're not getting younger. You're getting older.
That's a very fair point, Joe. And we appreciate the call,
Thanks,
man.
Joe.
Thank you for checking in on the show.
I hate that when people bring that point up about Bryce. The Washington Nationals weren't better when Bryce Harper chose to leave.
No.
And the Washington Nationals were upset that he chose to leave.
Yeah, they would have had him back.
They weren't like, damn, Bryce Harper, get out of here, dude. Don't let the doorknob hit you.
But there are a lot of people that feel like Bryce Harper. The big point for
I'm
Joe.
I'm glad he
there,
came here.
Yeah.
I'm glad Bryce is here now.
So am I. But I think a lot of fans, just like Joe, who called in there, would also agree, hey, he's not getting any younger. And to go to the table and ask for a longer contract right now, it's probably not the time to do it. So intriguing stuff with Scott Boras talking about that with Scott Lauber. And we'll continue to react to the big three stories today on Kincade Salciunas. But they are not the only things happening in sports. Coming up next, we have today's headlines with Sean Rodman. There's a lot of stuff that went on last night to get into that has been dominated by these three big stories we've gone. And that's why it's a fun segment. So we got Shawnee next. Adam Schefter at 8:05. Your chance to win $1,000 today. One heck of a busy day here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
There is so much buzz going on around the April bridal event that's coming up at Benari Jewelers this weekend because everything is going to be awesome. They're breaking all their rules. The biggest ever sale on engagement rings and wedding bands. So forget about any pricing you've seen before because right now, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Benari is setting a new bar for how much you're going to save, as a matter of fact. This weekend, you're going to save up to 20% on thousands of rings. And you're also going to meet some of the top bridal designers that you've ever seen. It's such a great deal at Benari right now. The designers have flown in with their entire collections for this weekend. So the ones that she loves on Instagram, they're going to be there. And they're all going to be on sale. So you're going to save up to 20% on virtually all of Benari's engagement rings and wedding bands with the best pricing of the year. And now you can get something even more special than you planned. How about interest-free financing if you got approved credit? That's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You're going to save up to 20%. You're going to get interest-free financing with approved credit. You're going to be in Benari Jewelers, Exton, or Newtown Square. This is the weekend to get that ring. Do it at BenariJewelers.com.
Now back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Siegenthaler jumps on the loose puck, but the shot that scores! It went off of Vladar. Boy, he got most of it, but it popped in the air. He lost sight of it for a moment, and it bounces behind him. So Jonas Siegenthaler will get his first goal of the year, his first goal in 93 games. December 31st of 24, the last time he'd scored a goal. He's got the Devils on the board. It's 2-1.
It got a little shaky there in the first period for the Flyers, where I was sitting there. They go up 2-0, just the Trevor Zegras show, and then the Jersey Devils just really took over that game for about an 8-minute and 10-minute stretch. But credit to the Flyers, just like they've continued to stay mature and focused with the momentum from the win over the Bruins, they didn't blink. Came right out in second period, 2 goals by Tyson Forster, and the next thing you know, it's ball game, puck game. What's the expression there, Johnny?
I have no idea.
Game over. Let's just say that.
I absolutely thought when they got those 2 goals in the second period, it was over and there was no chance.
Oh, yeah, they were done.
But I also did that other game in Detroit when they were up like that and then Detroit made the big comeback.
Yeah.
I also thought that game was over, so then I'm thinking, geez.
It was over. It just got a little interesting. But last night was not interesting. It definitely was exciting. And great call by Tim Saunders here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Let's check in on the Twitter poll, which, as always, is powered by Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. Sean, what do we have on our Twitter poll today?
All right, our Twitter poll today, how much do you believe the Vrabel Rousini story has impacted the coverage of a potential A.J. Brown trade? Completely is in second place at 40%, then somewhat is at first place at 52%, and not at all at 8%.
Okay, so very few people are unaffected by this story.
So 8% believe not at all. They think that Diana's done a credible job of reporting on it and that these two things are totally separate.
Either that or they just don't view this as like affecting the A.J. Brown, the trade part of it. Like,
okay, so like the
moved?
reporting, because there's so many other credible reporters that have reported on it.
Yeah.
That and I'm not saying that Diana isn't credible in other things she's reported.
Yeah.
This story, though, she's lost all credibility with me.
I don't know how you view it any other way.
I don't want to hear anything about this story from her, and I will be shocked if The Athletic has her doing anything on this story ever again.
Yeah.
I will be shocked if they let her anywhere near this story.
It's a tough situation for what we've been reading about the A.J. Brown stuff to the Patriots from Diana Rousini with the latest that we've seen. But there are other big stories in sports ongoing, which is why now we go to today's headlines with Sean Rodman.
Today's headlines with Sean, no relation to Dennis Rodman.
Today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. One person that may need Lundy Law, well, that's some Angels players and some Braves players as well. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but Jorge Soler was hit by a pitch earlier in the game by Ronaldo Lopez, and then he threw above him later in the game, and, well, a little scuffle, I guess you could say, to put it nicely, broke out.
Lopez fires one to the backstop. It's right back to Heim, who throws late to second base. Now here comes Soler going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field.
It was a good one as far as baseball fights go. Normally you see a little pushing and shoving or somebody gets there first and wraps the guy up. They at least got to the point where they were throwing some punches.
A baseball fight. They stood around. They stood around. The bullpens ran out like they're Billy Big Balls and then did nothing.
Oh, the bullpens never do anything.
I mean,
those
they just
guys
sat there.
They were throwing hands a little bit there.
Whoa. And Lopez, throwing a punch with a baseball in your hand, that's freaking cowardly. That is as cowardly as it comes.
He didn't throw the baseball at him. He had it in his hand.
You're punching somebody with an object in your hand. Come on, dude. And also, too, if you're going to wave somebody to the mound saying, come on, big boy, let's go. And then you keep backing away as the person comes at you, that's also fake tough guy.
He was trying to get positioning. He was trying to back into his corner.
Get out of here.
Yeah, try to set it up. But
there we go.
Hey, Phils didn't have a great game last night. They get shut out. At least they didn't get in like a fist fight and probably lead to suspensions there. So if you haven't seen that video, go ahead and check out. That's the first scuffle of the Major League Baseball season. So appreciate you bringing that up, Sean. What else do we have?
All right, next up, let's head over to Milwaukee. And yesterday, Shams Charania reporting in an article, then later on ESPN, that 6 players, or at least maybe not players, but 6 people in the room between a team meeting with the Bucks reported that Doc Rivers said a few things of how he thought, what his view is of the team before he accepted the job.
In that meeting, Doc Rivers implored his team, according to 6 people in the room, to look at my resume and, quote, Google me. I took teams to the playoffs and championship that weren't supposed to be there. I thought this was one of them.
I think Mike Missinelli should sue him.
I was going to say, Doc Rivers learned one thing when he was down here.
I think Mike Missinelli should sue him.
Google me.
Mike Missinelli should have. I don't think you could have ever gotten it. He should have gotten a trademark on that.
Yeah, that
was great.
One to trademark.
Mike with Skip Bayless.
It's also very on brand for Doc Rivers.
And Mike Missinelli.
Yeah,
it was great.
With the,
I liked it though.
Going with the resume.
Google me.
There.
That was fantastic though. That's great.
How's it worked out, Milwaukee?
Yeah, really not that great.
Well,
it hasn't really worked out.
Listen.
Yeah, it doesn't work out like that, does it?
You'll always have that Celtics run, I guess, Doc. All right, and what else we have?
All right, lastly, let's round out with its Masters week. And, Rory McIlroy talked about his dinner and how he chose the menu.
But also wanted it to be something that all the other people in that room would enjoy as well. People keep asking me, why didn't you go more Irish? And I said, because I want to enjoy the dinner as well.
I love that. I love being self-aware. Listen. All love to the United Kingdom and the folks in that area of the world.
It's terrible food.
It's not the best cuisine.
It's the worst food ever.
As someone that is predominantly Irish, I think maybe had corned beef like once every 3 years. The only real thing that I have is Guinness. That's about it.
It's terrible food. It's like potatoes, that bangers and mash and the potatoes.
That's pretty
stuff.
good. But if you roll up to the Masters dinner, like let's say you win the Masters, you're like, I can go to this great dinner every year. It's like Rory won. Now you're eating haggis for dinner. Like I'm out on that. So I like that Rory is considering the other folks and saying, hey, I just want to have a good meal. It doesn't have to be indicative of like the culture where I come from. And the culinary stuff there. Very self-aware from Rory McIlroy, and I'm sure the folks who participated in that dinner appreciated it. We appreciate Adam Schefter joining us. We also know that you appreciate your chance to win $1,000 cash right at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So cash, then Schefty.
That sounds great.
Why would you ever go anywhere? It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers are inching closer to the playoffs. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers beat the Devils on the road last night 5-1 thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Flyers now sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro with 4 games to play, with the Blue Jackets winning last night as well. The Athletics' Kevin Kurz will join us on the Flyers playoff push at 9:05. They're back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. Phillies, they lost to the Giants last night 6-0. It was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance, allowing 11 hits and 2 earned runs. Here is Rob Thompson post-game on where Sanchez struggled.
Some of the numbers were pretty good. First pitch strikes, threw a lot of strikes, fastball command. He was having trouble getting the ball to his glove side on the right-hand hitters, and the ball was just leaping back to the middle of the plate. So, it was just one of those nights.
The offense wasn't much better. The Phils were only able to string together 4 hits in the shutout loss. Real Muto left the game early in the second inning due to a bruised right foot as well. Alec Boehm did not play yesterday due to groin tightness, according to Rob Thompson. Sixers are off today and back in action tomorrow as the start of their back-to-back. And this update is brought to you by Papa John's. Papa John's is turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches, just $7.99 each or $6.99 at Papa Pairings. Order today at papajohns.com, on the app, or stop by your local Papa John's. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Yes, it is. It's time for Fanatic Parlay Cash. Your chance to win $1,000. The contest keyword is bank.
Bank?
That's B-A-N-K.
Oh, winning some bank.
You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the Fanatic app or at 975thefanatic.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. That's enough to get you a nice room out at a private resort in Arizona. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules at 975thefanatic.com. Fanatic Parlay Cash stood up by Iron Mountain Men's Health. 5 chances to win each weekday, 8, 10 a.m., noon, 3, and 5 p.m. Good luck.
If you want to see their wonderful faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, we got Adam Schefter joining us coming up in just a couple of minutes. A lot to get into with Schefter and a little bit of news, too. The NFL schedule release should be between May 12th and May 14th, according to a tweet from Adam Schefter earlier today. Johnny, I know that's a national holiday for you.
It is. I'm guessing it won't be the 14th if ESPN has coverage of the PGA Championship, because PGA Championship begins on the 14th.
Okay.
So my guess would be the 13th or the 12th. I'm trying to do a little Scooby-Doo here. I don't know how much ESPN. I'll have to Google and see how much ESPN's involved with the PGA Championship.
We can also just ask Schefter. The fact that we're sitting here, though, on April 8th and knowing that the schedule release could just be like a month away,
that's amazing.
That's wild. The
So
offseason
awesome.
flies. And we've had a busy offseason because of, well, the A.J. Brown saga and everything that has popped up recently with the Jalen Hurts article from Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler. I mean, the drama never sleeps here in Philadelphia, but of course the NFL is the league that it never sleeps with the drama as well. So there's going to be a lot of stuff to get into with Schefter. There's also a lot of stuff to get into with the folks out there listening and chiming in on the show so far. So let's check in on the Davis Honda text line on our big 3 topics. Flyers big win. Bryce Harper was bringing up a contract extension again, and then
his agent is.
Yeah,
so he keeps his hands clean.
His agent is, and then Diana Rossini and the Mike Vrabel saga that has taken over the football world and really just the news cycle in general. What do we have on the text line, Shawnee?
Yeah, let's start with the Flyers here. The one person checking in saying, lifelong Flyers fan here. I love when everyone else hops on the bandwagon. It would be nice to have some support during the dark times, but being able to celebrate with people is great too. The coverage around the Flyers right now.
Here's my question to the people. It's a great point by the texter. Appreciate you joining in on the show. Is the folks who want to keep the bandwagon out of the fan base. They don't want people to jump on when the team gets good. Do you want to just sit at a bar alone at the corner and be the only person watching the game? And when they win, you throw your hands up and you turn to your left and you turn to your right and you're like, wow, wouldn't it be nice to high five somebody right now?
No, they're just arrogant. They actually they're just arrogant. They believe, and two, Flyers Twitter is exhausting. They believe the wonks that believe that they understand the game better at a higher level than other people. People on sports radio know nothing about the game. I'm literally I don't know how many people have just finally just been like, okay, here we go. It's been really crazy.
Yeah, I don't
understand. Why do you not want the community to be involved?
I'll never understand that mentality.
Never
but
understand.
I appreciate it's not every Flyers fan.
No, it's not. It's not even it's not the majority or the vast majority.
Yeah,
it's this vocal group, and a lot of them have little websites, little podcasts, and they think it's like their little real estate that they own the material, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
because if they did, they'd actually have larger audiences.
I get the whole I believed in this team first thing. I get that too. I was a diehard with them through thick and thin,
and I respect them for it.
Absolutely,
I respect them for it.
But when your team gets to a point where other people want to jump on the bandwagon, you have to be willing to open your arms. I think that's just being a good fan, and not just that. Sports here in Philadelphia are communal. It's not just sports to us. You're being a good member of the greater Philadelphia community when you open your arms to fans jumping on the bandwagon, a fun story like the Flyers and what they're doing right now. The more people that can enjoy that, the better. And the more people that want to enjoy it, you can hear those games live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We've had some great calls by Tim Saunders.
Absolutely.
And we're going to continue to have that. And the Sixers playoff push as well. So a lot going on with our winter sports teams, including if you count the Eagles as kind of like, I know they're more fall, but if you count them as a winter sports team as well, they've been in the news a lot recently too. Draft right around the corner. NFL schedule release, according to an earlier tweet from Adam Schefter, who will join us momentarily, just a little over a month away. And then we have the big stuff. Does it feel like with this Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel thing, do you believe the Jalen Hurts story that we were talking about last week is going to kind of fade off?
No. I think this is going to be a story that burns until like June 1st. This will be one that until we find out where A.J. Brown ends up.
Oh, I meant the Jalen Hurts.
No, but I think that this is because of this story. I don't think it's going to affect the Jalen Hurts story. Jalen Hurts story is still going to be hot.
Yeah.
It's still going to be hot.
Well, he is still the quarterback of the Philadelphia
Eagles.
And
I certainly hope. I want him going nowhere, so don't make that, please. I don't want anything going on with that.
No, I'm with you. I don't want him leaving, but the contract extension is a very interesting thing, and we will get a chance to ask Adam Schefter about that. By the way, we're all going to have to. I believe we might be legally obligated because he is a national champion by association.
Yeah, he is. He's a spoiled brat lately.
Yeah.
As a sports fan, he's a bit of a spoiled brat.
A proud Michigan man. So at some point before we're done with Adam Schefter, we will have to ask him about his Wolverines taking home the national championship. But joining us now on Kincade and Salciunas, premier NFL insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter. And Shefty, one heck of a news day yesterday around the NFL. Just your initial thoughts. Will give you the floor to talk about what you think as an NFL insider when everything is such in the news with the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation that surfaced yesterday.
Listen, not my story. Didn't report it. Saw it like everybody else did. And I guess my thought would be, I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. I feel bad for the families involved. It's unfortunate. I know both individuals. I guess my first thought would be that they went to the families of the people involved. And, I just wish everybody the best and hope everything works out with everybody.
What is protocol for you and people like you in your job to keep the gathering of information process professional and not too personal?
I can only speak to me, how I do it.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to do,
okay.
Right? Like me. I'm not going to talk to my business, people, my business, me. I've done the job for 36 years covering the NFL. And I like to think I have strong professional relationships with many people. I don't think you do this as long as you do if you don't have that. How you do that, everybody goes about it differently. I've just tried to be a good person to people. I've tried to be fair. I've tried to be honest. I've tried to be informative. I've tried to be accurate. I've tried to be a man of my word. I've tried to be honorable. That's what I've tried to do over 36 years. And that's what I would say.
Yeah, totally understand there, Adam. Now, for Eagles fans, this hits a little bit differently than maybe the average NFL fan base because of the A.J. Brown saga. What would you say if an Eagles fan sees this and now questions the reporting surrounding A.J. Brown and a potential trade to the Patriots?
Well, again, I'll speak to the A.J. Brown situation. I don't think there's anything different there for me. Did Diana report something that I don't know about with A.J. Brown? I don't remember that.
She has the most stories, how about this? Most tweets directly on this story.
Yeah, well,
on the coverage of this story. And now that seems very suspicious to the fan base because of this relationship with Mike Vrabel, whether it's personal, whether it's professional, whether it's misunderstood. This now adds a whole nother layer of intrigue to the story here locally as far as how close is she to this story.
Yeah, and what I would say is, again, the way I do my job is I weigh in when there are things that matter and when there's news. There have been plenty of trade talks that have gone on that I've known about. Like, let's put it this way. How about this? The Eagles and Rams were further along at one point than people realized.
Sure.
Was that out there? Was Diana on that? Were other people on that? I don't know. But it was. And at one point I remember thinking, boy, there's a chance it's going to get done with the Rams. And I was waiting to report it. And it didn't get done.
Do you believe the Rams story, Adam, had anything to do with the Rams worrying about the Puka Nacua story?
Sure.
And what we didn't know about the Puka Nacua story at the time, the details of it. Do you think that's why Les Snead was sniffing around A.J. Brown?
I don't think it was a primary reason. I do not. But to think that it had nothing to do with it would probably be inaccurate as well, right? Like, I can't tell you exactly how much it had to do with it. But, again, all I'm going to say to you is, like, and I don't know what other people were putting out at that time. But I remember, I'll just say this, there was one day I was waiting. I'm like, I wonder if today's the day. And there was nothing that day out there. So, again, the only reason I bring that up to you is the way I do my job is differently than the way other people do their job in terms of I'm not into play-by-play of trade developments for that reason. Because sometimes they develop into the actual trade and sometimes they don't. I'd rather know it's getting done. And when I know it's getting done, if it's getting done, I will be there to report on it. I will tell you in my mind when I'm reporting, okay, this trade's happening. I'm not going to go like, okay, boy, Rams, Eagles, working on a trade, getting closer, and then it doesn't get done. Right? Like, it's not the way I've conducted my job over the years. Other people have approached it differently. So when you say there have been a lot of tweets about that, other people approach play-by-play of trades differently. It's just not the way that I do it. So I don't look at that. I don't look at that in an unusual way, even though others will. And that's something that they'll have to deal with from that. That's up to everybody else.
We've got Adam Schefter joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Now, Adam, we had the big article that came out about Jalen Hurts, and a lot of folks nationally, it seemed like, were saying hit piece surrounding that. I want to know from the conversations that you've had, what has been the response to that Jalen Hurts article from outside of Philadelphia and how people are viewing Hurts around the league?
What I find interesting, and it's just some food for thought here, and we think about it as we go along. We've spent an awful lot of time talking about Jalen Hurts, right? And that's fair. I got it. Big deal, polarizing figure to a certain extent. But Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert did their contract 2 weeks after Jalen Hurts. Why isn't anybody asking why they're not extending it?
Yeah, it's a fair question.
It is a fair question. Can I ask if one other thing just to round back in the first story is that do you think anybody in league circles will wonder if there should be any questions about tampering involved with Mike Vrabel and the story?
Tampering.
Well, I mean, look, the news cycle being affected by an insider. I would think, Adam, if you got involved, if somebody of your caliber, got involved in a story like this with an NFL head coach or a general manager and everything, and it was manipulating the news cycle potentially, I would think that the league would look into that and think that could be some dirty pool.
I hadn't thought about it like that. All I would say to you is that Mike Vrabel has been actually more open talking about A.J. Brown than I've heard most people talking about other trade targets. When he was asked at the combine, he openly talked about their relationship. When he was asked at the owner meetings, he talked about him. Usually when a player's name comes up, it's nothing short of he's on another team. That's it. And Mike went further than other people do. Not right, not wrong, not tampering. But I was surprised that he went to talk about the relationship. Again, there is a relationship, so he's entitled to do that. But again, he put it more out there than most people do. Do I think he's tampered? John, this kind of stuff goes on with every player all the time. You know, I have no idea whether Mike and AJ.
Well, hopefully not hot tubs. It doesn't. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant with you, but this is to a level, Adam, that is not like other stories. We don't hear about insiders of professional sports or college sports cavorting in hot tubs.
But hold on. Let's separate whatever went on with them. Okay, you want to bring that up? Separate whatever went on with them.
Okay,
personally, professionally, with what is she reported here that you would consider tampering or damaging to the? I'm just curious.
I think it makes it sound like, well, first off, the constant, it's New England, it's New England, it's New England, it's only New England, it's New England. And I think, by the way, I think A.J. Brown's totally fine with it being that news cycle because he has every opportunity and he's never spoken up to change the narrative.
Yep.
So, Adam, I want to ask you here, too. You had a recent report about Dexter Lawrence. Let's get into some NFC East news. Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade from the New York Giants. That's big news for Eagles fans because he's a talented player. What's the latest on that?
You know, listen, it's a complicated situation, and hold on a second. I'm just going to look for the guys in their breakfast. You can put it down up there. Thank you, man.
Everyone's got to eat.
What's on the order?
So we got some scrambled eggs. Oh, thank you. We got some scrambled eggs. We got some eggs. We got some juice. And we got some coffee.
Oh, that's good. Then. Okay.
So basically, U.S. Men's Dexter Lawrence. I think that it's a situation where, you know, he's been unhappy there the last couple of years, not thrilled, and they, you know, and they look at it last year. He didn't do. I mean, I think he had a half a sack and didn't play up to the Dexter Lawrence All-Pro level that we know, and so both sides are trying to figure out what to do. I just know that he's not happy right now. And that's an issue because, in my mind, either they have to figure out some sort of adjustment to that contract that will make him happier, or they have to decide they're going to trade him, one or the other. And I don't think status quo is going to work. So it's a question of how they want to handle it and go from there.
Well, anytime you see a great player like that get out of the division, it's a good thing for the divisional opponents. One thing before we let you go, because we always appreciate you joining us, but we appreciate you a little bit more this morning because you are now a national champion again by association.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Schefter.
Yeah, we
what
give
was
you
it
your
like
praise
to watch Michigan take home the Natty?
Well, I said yesterday, I was there. I mean, literally in Seattle in 1989 when they beat Seton Hall in overtime for the national championship.
What a great game that was.
7 years ago. What people don't remember is the game on Saturday, which we were also there for, was against Illinois, and there were about 33 lead changes in that game, and it was an incredible game. The same Illinois team that had blown them out at the end of the season. And so it was a great situation to get done, to be there. We were there then with my college roommates in Seattle. And I was with my college roommates again in Indianapolis to watch their newest conversation or their newest national championship pursuit here with my children this time. And we were talking with my friends after the game. There was more jubilation when they win the national championship in your senior year 2 weeks before you graduate. That was incredible. This was 37 years later, a different feeling, but just as memorable. You know, having my kids with me, celebrating, going to the post-game party, having the opportunity to congratulate this great team that Michigan put together, and it was awesome. And you know, the funny thing is I was supposed to take my daughter on a college tour. We had planned for months in advance. And we were going down south to visit some schools starting at the University of Florida on Monday. And I didn't realize that I booked it on the same day of the national championship game. So after Michigan won Saturday night, I woke up Sunday morning. I'm like, Dylan, what do you think if we blow off Florida and the rest of that trip?
Yeah, Florida will be there. The Natty happens one night.
She goes, wait, what? and get to book these college tours in advance. And I'm like, well, she goes, what do you think? I said, well, why don't we go to Indianapolis, championship, and then we'll drive down to Indiana, and we'll look at Indiana, and then we'll go from Indiana to Vanderbilt, and we'll go look at Vanderbilt. And she's like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, we can't get to. I'm like, trust me. So, we went to Indianapolis. That was worth it.
Yeah, it sounds like it was.
We went to Indiana yesterday. We had a great day on campus. We're walking around the football building. We get a chance to meet with Kurt Signetti for 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Had some pictures with Dylan. I'm like, Dylan, hold on. In 12 hours, you were with the coach that won the national championship in basketball and the coach that won the national championship in football. Who's got it better than you? And now today we're going to go visit Vanderbilt. And then we'll fly home.
What a life you guys have. It's incredible stuff.
I heard she
Schefter.
asked better questions than you, too.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
100%. 100%.
Well, Adam, we appreciate
Thanks,
the
Adam.
time as always. Congrats on the Natty. Thank you for joining us, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
There he is, Adam Schefter, national champion by association, and also a really important source on a day where reporting has become such a big part of the conversation nationally with the NFL. We'll react to what Schefter had to say coming up next, and we'll revisit our big three conversations of the day. It is Kincade Salciunas. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left, Sean Rodman on the board. We're back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Flyers are getting closer to a playoff spot. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers beat the Devils on the road last night 5-1 thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Here is Trevor Zegras' opening goal that was less than 2 minutes into the game from Tim Saunders.
Philadelphia racing the other way. Konechny, late in the shift, right wing pass, got it to Owen Tippett. Tippett stops, then swings him behind the net. Sends it out in front. Sanheim, he's got a man, they score! It's Zegras in the far circle.
Flyers now sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro Division with 4 games to play since the Blue Jackets won last night as well. The Athletics' Kevin Kurz will join us on the Flyers playoff push at 9:05, and the Flyers are back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. Phillies, though, they lost to the Giants last night 6-0. It was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance. He allowed 11 hits and 2 earned runs. The offense wasn't much better, only putting together 4 hits in the shutout loss. JT Realmuto left the game early in the second inning due to a bruised right foot. Aaron Nola gets the start for the Phillies today. First pitch is at 3:45, and the Sixers are off tonight. They have a back-to-back starting tomorrow night. This update is brought to you by Comer & Cross. Garage floors done just in one day. Get 50% off installation right now. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or visit comercross.com. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Philly Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Now a 2-on-1 developing for the Flyers. Forster's got a man with him. Forster and Tibbet. Forster shoots. He scores! Tyson Forster buries it. His 12th goal of the year. We said the next goal is huge. The Flyers get it and take a 3-1 lead here early in the second.
I've had some bad ideas in my life, Johnny.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever had as bad of an idea as leaving Tyson Forster alone and playing the pass on a 2-on-1 break and just letting him take a clean shot at the net.
I admire him coming back. Much like we've talked about, like Joel Embiid playing with a broken face, broken orbital bones, and things like that. Tyson Forster, the more I've heard about it, getting a little more information, he's probably, now it's not drastic, but probably like 2 weeks out of schedule, 3 weeks out of schedule for somebody that had that. That's impressive.
Can't tell by how he's playing.
His teammates needed him, and he's there, which is freaking awesome. It was so great.
It was another great win for the Flyers last night. A lot of contributors, and we're going to continue to enjoy this playoff push, and they are so close to locking down an actual playoff spot, and we will celebrate when that happens. And I'm going to start dreaming about bigger aspirations. Not
I like
cup,
it. No,
not
I like
cup
it.
Yet, but
exactly.
Give me Pittsburgh. I want them. I want those rat penguins. Sleep with one eye open tonight, bird, as Gritty once tweeted. By the way, if you're tuning in expecting to hear the voice of Andrew Salciunas, he is on vacation this week down in Florida.
He's enjoying himself, too, big time.
So I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for him. John Kincade to my left, Sean Rodman on the board. And we just had Adam Schefter join us. And I want to react to a little bit of what Schefter had to say, because as a premier NFL insider, his thoughts on the Diana Rousini, Mike Vrabel developing story that popped up yesterday with the photos surfacing of them together at a resort in Arizona, bringing up questions about what that relationship is and how it affects the reporting on numerous issues, but specifically the A.J. Brown story. That is a huge story, not just locally here in Philadelphia, but nationally today. So we're going to get into that coming up in just 5 minutes. We're going to, if you did not stay up late for the Phillies game last night, well, you didn't miss much, but there are some big takeaways from last night's game. And, of course, I always got to stay up. So I had the tall Red Bull today, but that's why I do it, so I can talk to you about what happened. And, Johnny, I know you saw part of the game as well. Did you stay up for the full game?
I did stay up.
So we got everything you need to know coming in 5 minutes on the Phillies Giants last night, a 6-0 loss. But let's.
It doesn't mean that I didn't nod off twice.
It's hard not to.
Just being honest, because I can do the nod off, wake up routine quite a bit.
But you can't nod off during Adam Schefter, because he always has interesting stuff to say. What were your thoughts on how he handled his response to our questioning about the Rousini-Vrabel story?
I think it was what I expected, and I can tell you I admire Adam a lot, because Adam and I will usually text, sometimes off the air, things like that. He never once texted me before the appearance to say, don't bring this up, I don't want to talk about it. I had, because we had talked about it before the show, and you were like, do you think we should talk to Adam beforehand, find out what he's comfortable with and everything? And I said, no. Let if Adam reaches out, he can tell me, but I don't believe he's going to, and he didn't. So I admired that he did that. I admire that he handled, because a lot of guys would have said, hey, could we avoid that topic today? Couldn't avoid it.
No.
The NFL's premier insider.
But it's uncomfortable for him. I brought it up to you in the break. It's like if somebody said something, like, let's say Unfiltered. Ricky Bo's always getting himself in trouble. Let's say Ricky Bo says something crazy on Unfiltered, and somebody asks us about it. I mean, it's an uncomfortable thing to talk about somebody who's in your same profession or that you've worked with closely in the past, and having to speak for other people is never a great principle. So I respect the way Adam handled it. There was some interesting stuff we did get, though.
There was.
To him, doesn't affect the way that the A.J. Brown trade situation is looked at. Now, in Philadelphia, we'll question the reporting via Diana Rousini. That's the natural place to go for Eagles fans. But Schefter saying, this doesn't change that for me. I'm still looking at it from my perspective the way that I always have, and we've asked him about that plenty. So for any Eagles fans out there that are saying, oh, well, fake story, this doesn't exist, Schefter's still got his antenna up when it comes to a potential A.J. Brown.
It's not a fake story. It's not a fake story. There's too many NFL insiders in on it, too many credible writers, reporters in on it. Her reporting, I don't need to hear about it at all. I don't need to hear at all. from her on this story ever again.
But we're going to get more from other sources, and that's where we should put our focus going forward on that. And then the other thing that I know you found interesting, the part of the conversation about the Rams being so close to potentially trading for A.J. Brown. What does that say to you?
Well, it tells me that they knew the Puka Nacua story was coming out. And one thing I know, and I've known Les Snead, the GM in L.A., since he was an intern with the Falcons out of Auburn football. He is a guy who is not going to leave any stone unturned. He's like a Howie Roseman with a different style. You know, he's the Southerner that a lot of people think that they can. Maybe he's not he's a little.
Think
slow
they can get one over on him.
Yeah,
and then
not him.
Next thing you know, you're beat.
He's very sharp, but he also is the F the picks guy. So if Andrew Salciunas was ever going to be a general manager in football, him and Les Snead would be best friends because that's the same mentality they have. The F those picks. I'm not shocked at all that he said, well, wait a minute here. We may lose Puka because Puka's going to get in trouble for something. I mean, this is a mess.
Yeah.
This is a mess. And then he's sneaking out of the rehab place.
You hope he gets the help he needs.
I hope he does too because a superior talent, if not a lack of superior intellect, but superior talent.
So it's interesting. The one thing that does change for me in the A.J. Brown saga, the potential A.J. Brown trade that we've been talking about all offseason, is the market. That is the biggest thing that could be different here because we've been hearing Patriots a lot. We've been hearing a lot from Diana Rossini and what she's sourced. Now, no one's saying that's all Vrabel, but I know where the thoughts go now.
Understood.
When June 1st rolls around, because that's the time frame when we're looking at for this to potentially happen again and the talks to heat up again, now the feeling of more teams at the table feels a lot more realistic. And while it sounded like, hey, the Rams were in and now they're kind of out, to me, I'm not taking that as they're not going to be interested on June 1st.
Because we don't know what Puka could end up with, by NFL standards, 6 to 8 games.
Yeah. Like, we don't know what that situation is.
That's not a good, and I guarantee you that I don't believe, by the way, I've told you before, I believe I'll make a prediction right now that Matthew Stafford will play his last year in the NFL this year, and that next year they will try to have Baker Mayfield be the quarterback of the Rams. So my guess is that that's part of Les Snead's thinking is, I got another year of Stafford here.
We're
going to make it count. We're going to make it count.
We've seen him do it before. So it opens up, and maybe this does now, with this coming out, actually improve the value of a potential A.J. Brown trade. We'll have to see how it develops. And this is something we'll learn more about when we get closer to that June 1st date where the cap hit significantly drops off. All right. If you didn't stay up for the Phillies last night, you missed a total of 0 runs by your fighting Phils. They get shut out 6-0. But there are some important takeaways from this game. Let's start with the starting pitcher. 2 starts in a row now where Christopher Sanchez's command has been a little bit shaky. Is there any concern level? I'm not even close to hitting the panic button. He's just a guy that I'm going to be watching a little bit differently in his next couple of starts, saying, hey, what do we have going on mechanically? He's got some kinks to work out there. Any worry on your end with Sanchez?
No. Too early. But it is surprising so many not making bats miss.
Yeah.
That's what's surprising.
I think it's the same thing we saw with Painter in Game 1 in San Fran, which is
it's too cold.
You get behind in the count.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you have to attack dangerous parts of the zone.
And that's not him at all. Though.
No, he's normally very much a control.
But
pitcher.
I'm okay. I mean, like I am not going to start doubting Christopher Sanchez because of a few starts. 2 of the 3 starts being a little shaky. No.
Here's something that I am concerned about. JT Realmuto takes a foul ball off the foot in the first inning. He is out for the remainder of the game. They're going to get x-rays on the foot, and what in the world's going on with that situation there. Alec Boehm did not play last night. He was removed with a little bit of a groin tweak from the game before. Now, Boehm, it sounds like, is going to be fine. It was just like, hey, there's no reason to push this in early April. But it had me thinking about Phil's depth. And I know we know this, but it was a reminder last night. They're a very thin team organizationally. If they have a couple guys go down, this could get squirrely real quick.
A lot of people are feeling that around the league, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that are in that situation.
Yes, there are. I hope the Phillies are not in that one. And Rafael Marchand made a couple nice defensive plays last night. A back pick at first base, getting a base runner, a great tag on a throw from Adolis Garcia, who has an absolute rocket for an arm in right field. So that's nice to see.
He does. He
But
absolutely does.
for all of JT's faults, I'd rather JT be the catcher this time.
Yeah, let's hope. No, absolutely. The catching part of the game is one where I have very little issue with JT, at all. So we'll be all over it.
The one other takeaway, I'm going to put my hand up on this one because on this show, I have not gone as far as wearing the AutoZone T-shirt like our friends on Middays with Marks. But Otto Kemp, brother. The left field experiment with Otto Kemp has not gone well, and that's as nicely as I can put it. Another misplayed ball in left, and he just looks lost at times out there.
I've said it to you. And I know you people that are big fans of Otto Kemp, and he seems like a really good guy. I've only talked to him once, so I'm not acting like I know the guy. He's not a major league player. He's not. He doesn't have a position. And if you don't have a position, you're not a major league player unless you're a DH.
And he's not DHing
He's not
over
a DH.
Kyle Schwarber.
Correct. Well, he's not a DH for any team in the end. And no team in Major League Baseball would say he's good enough to be a DH either. He's not a Major League Baseball player. He's a quad A player. He's a fill-in type player.
It'll be intriguing to see how they handle it because Brandon Marsh has been red hot. When do they decide that that's a potential everyday play situation for Marsh? I'm not there yet because it's still very early. But if there's a move to be made where a platoon ends, it's Marsh playing every day in left field, and Otto Kemp is kind of hung out to dry. And he's done that to himself, hasn't done much at the plate, has been really, really rough in left field. So there's your Phillies information in case you missed the game.
Now, today
night.
we get day baseball, though.
Afternoon game. Aaron Nola, chance to go for the series win in San Francisco, which winning series is all you have to do at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. How you feeling?
God only knows. I hate that stadium. I
don't want to hear that from you. Come on there, Connor. I don't want to hear that from you.
What do you want me to say? You got Aaron Nola, who is a mixed bag all the time. And you have that stadium where it seems like the Phillies never play well. They had the nice comeback win, but I wouldn't throw your money on this game. Just go ahead and watch it and be glad we don't have to stay up till 1 a.m. to get the result of this one for the Phils.
There you go.
You didn't have to stay up late to see NBA action last night that affected the Sixers. Did they get the help they needed after losing to San Antonio? Well, they need a bunch. Get ready to learn play-in, buddy. We'll talk about the Sixers and what happened in the NBA as far as their playoff push is concerned coming up next, and get your responses to the big story of the day on the Davis Honda text line. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Through center, Dougie Hamilton, right wing pass to the line. Mercer got turned around, couldn't find it for a moment. Now Sealer will. He'll take a shot at the empty net. He scores! Nick Sealer lofts one into the air and all the way down. His third goal of the season, his first in 30 games. Into the empty goal. The Flyers are going to beat the Devils in this one. It's now 5-1.
Well, long-range action from Nick Sealer there at the end of the game. It didn't exactly have the dramatics of the 2 Tyson Forster goals or the 2 Trevor Zegras goals, but we'll take all of them. The Flyers, 5 goals last night in a 5-1 victory. Speaking of those Philadelphia Flyers, we're going to talk to Kevin Kurz coming up at 9:05. Covers them for The Athletic to hear what he's got to say about their chances to make it in, what they need, and what he's seen covering this team throughout the year. It really has been a roller coaster of a season, and we are ending in a great spot with how they've been playing down the stretch.
You know what I want to hear from Kevin most of all is what's different? Like what really has been different, and what's been different in the past month and a half? As far as, is there a different vibe? Is there a different, and is it an influx of talent? And I want to hear about Mishkov, too. I really want to hear his observations on the play of Matvei Mishkov, which I think can't be stated enough that he has been really incredible. He's been much, much better. Let's put it that way. And
not in the way that people might have expected him to be when the Flyers first brought him over. The thought was goal scorer, difference maker in that way, and what Rick Tocchet has asked him to do has been different, and he has adapted. Now, was it as fast as everybody wanted to see in the early parts of the season? No, but getting there at this point in the season to help this team make the playoff push, that's a huge part of the equation, and he deserves a lot of credit, and the coaching staff deserves a lot of credit for having the faith in him to be able to make that change in his game. The Flyers, not the only team making the postseason push. We'll let you know what the Sixers had happen while they were out of action last night around the NBA. But first, let's check in on the Davis Honda text line, see what folks have to say about our big topics of the day. Sean, what are the people saying?
All right. First up, let's go to the Bryce Harper conversation. Christian from East Falls saying, I'm not mad at Bryce for asking for more money. I would not do it. What I would do is restructure it, including big pay incentive for Gold Glove, home runs over 30, RBIs over 100, and batting average over 290.
It's interesting. Yes, money is a big part of this conversation, probably the number one driver. But another thing is he wants to play longer, and a big part of the conversation has been adding years. I don't think this is just he wants more incentives in the contract. I think he wants the also extra length on the contract because he said he wants to play longer and he wants to play in Philly. So I don't know that would get it done for what Bryce Harper is looking for, but I also don't think the Phillies need to do anything right now.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do a thing. I mean, he's under contract for 6 years. This is comical. It's absolutely comical that he's looking for more money and an extension and everything. It's ridiculous, especially at the age that he's looking for. Cover me to 39 and 40.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And there's going to be a lot more information on the financial outlook of the sport, the cap space you're going to have if it does indeed become a salary cap league, which everybody's expecting. That changes a lot, and you want to have that information before you make another sizable financial commitment, especially with this much room of team control over the player. So great stuff there on the Bryce Harper conversation. If you missed it earlier, Scott Boras joined Scott Lauber on Phillies Extra. Talked a lot about Bryce. We will have Scott Lauber on the show tomorrow to break down everything they had to say together. Now, the Sixers were out of action last night. They fell to the Spurs. They will have a chance to still find a way out of the play-in tournament. They got a little bit of help last night, and they also did not get help from the Miami Heat. So the Raptors beat the Heat 121-95. Toronto now in sole possession of the sixth spot, a game up on the Sixers, who do have the tiebreaker over Toronto.
But it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't.
Nah, well, one thing we know, we got some clarity last night. The Sixers can't be the 10 seed.
So that's good news.
So they can't finish in the 10 seed. So
little victories.
There's honesty as far as for it right now. And so they can go a little further here. If they can win their last 2 games, they get to 45 wins. If they win Indiana and Milwaukee at the end of the year, they also will not be the 9 seed. They still could lose the 7 seed.
Yes.
So you got to watch that with the Magic. But the Magic really don't. I mean, they have a home game with Minnesota and then 2 at Chicago and at Boston. So
Yeah.
We'll see.
We will see how that plays out. And the seeding is important based on who you would get in the first round if you do make it out of the play-in games.
And in the play-in, if you're 7, you get 2 chances to win to go to the playoffs at home.
Yeah.
8, you only get the 1 home game.
Yep.
Which is a problem.
Which would be jumping you to the 7, and then you would fall back and still have a chance to make it in, but you'd have to be the 8. You'd have to play the 1 seed. Speaking of the play-in teams, the Charlotte Hornets losing to the Boston Celtics last night, 113-102. That is some help for the Philadelphia 76ers. The Hornets can't make it to that 6th seed, but they can affect where the Sixers would seed out in those play-in games. So the more games the Hornets lose down the stretch, the better for your Philadelphia 76ers. The real team you want to see lose is Toronto, because we all want to see the Sixers get to the 6th seed.
You need Miami. Miami's got to come up big for us tomorrow night because they finish at the Knicks and Brooklyn. And the Knicks have they're locked in.
Yeah.
Brooklyn's terrible. So if the Raptors don't lose, if the Raptors were to lose tomorrow night at home to Miami, then things could get interesting. But now Miami is pretty much locked into the 10 seed.
Yeah. So what do they have to? Well, heat culture. You never
heat
know.
Culture. Yeah, maybe they can just foul people. Try to create a meaningless record.
Have Bam Adebayo go for 83 again.
Exactly.
We don't just have the Davis Honda text line. I do also want to check in as we're near the 8 o'clock hour here on the Dr. Avidan Appel Iron Mountain Men's Health Twitter poll. Sean, what is our latest update on the Twitter poll today?
All right. Our latest update, it's been a little shift in the movement, and our question is, how much do you believe the Vrabel Rousini story has impacted the coverage of a potential of an A.J. Brown trade? Completely is in first place now at 48%, somewhat at 36%, and not at all getting a few more votes at 16%.
I vote somewhat.
You voted somewhat?
I vote somewhat.
Yeah, that's also where I'm at. But the fact that we have nearly half of our responders saying it's completely affected this A.J. Brown trade reporting story, that's a lot of folks here in the Philadelphia area that are now, they're just out on anything.
Well, anything she says on this subject can't be taken seriously.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's funny is that there are people, at least on my timeline, that are like, don't draw too many conclusions by that. A lot of good friends could get caught, having their picture taken like that, and it could be taken out of context. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Sure.
Are you serious?
Sure.
You drive 125 miles out of your way to go hang out with a married woman when you're married? Are you kidding me? Like, are you serious? And then you're getting the hot tub and you're holding hands and you're watching the sunset together. You've got to be freaking kidding me.
I mean, technically,
that's not normal. Nobody would consider that normal behavior. And by the way, I'll talk to your wife. Of 25 years, I've got one. She wouldn't consider it normal behavior.
Technically, those people are right that there could be like
a bunch of different. All the different pictures are all.
It may not be what it seems, but use your eyes in this one.
Holding hands, hot tub together. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
come on.
It's a lot of circumstantial evidence.
Oh my gosh.
It is not what it seems like it is. That's why it's become one of the big stories around the world of sports today. So we will continue to talk about that in the 9 o'clock hour. The Bryce Harper contract situation and the Flyers with a big win last night. Kevin Kurz of The Athletic joins us coming up next to break down what he's seen with this team as they've made an incredible postseason push. We got plenty more to come here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers are getting closer and closer to the playoffs. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers beat the Devils last night on the road 5-1, thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Flyers now sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets in the final spot in the Metro Division with 4 games to play, since the Blue Jackets also won last night. The Athletic's Kevin Kurz will join us next on the Flyers playoff push. They're back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. Phils, though, they lost to the Giants last night 6-0. It was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance. He allowed 11 hits and 2 earned runs. Here's Rob Thompson postgame on his performance.
Some of the numbers were pretty good. First pitch strikes, threw a lot of strikes, fastball command. He was having trouble getting the ball to his glove side on the right-hand hitters, and the ball was just leaking back to the middle of the plate. So, it was just one of those nights.
The offense wasn't much better. The Phils were only able to string together 4 hits in the shutout loss. JT Realmuto left the game early with a right bruised foot. We'll keep you updated if we get any more information on Realmuto. Phils are back in action today at 3:45. Aaron Nola is on the mound for the rubber match for the Phils. And this update is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
With everything that's on the line and a young team, the Flyers have gone from will they get tight in these moments territory to they might be one of those teams that are like too young to know any better.
They seem incredibly confident. Last night they went for the jugular. After getting up 2-0, they sort of laid back a little bit and had it taken to them. And up 2-1, you thought, okay, things are slipping away. At the end of the first period, it looked like they were just hanging on. The way they responded in the beginning of that second period, they put the game away, and it was over.
Scott Lauber talked about with Scott Boras the current contract, and we know that Bryce has brought up multiple times, whether it's himself or through his representation, which is Scott Boras, that he wants to play longer than his current contract in Philadelphia.
I am very confident of the fan base I grew up in, of the community that I came back to live in, of the people that I know, that common sense will rule in this one. And that the fan base of Philadelphia will say, hell no to Bryce Harper and these stupid demands.
This is unbelievable.
This is great.
NFL meets Love Island. What in the world is going on between Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots, and Diana Rousini?
A married man, you do not go drive 125 miles to a couples-only resort to go hold hands, hang out in the pool with another married woman.
Now back to the show.
So that's what we've been getting into today. 3 big-time stories with the Flyers playoff push, which is the exciting one here in Philadelphia. We're all flyered up today. Just saw Ray Dunn roll in the same exact quarter zip as me. Unbelievable. I got dressed first. Then also we have the Bryce Harper contract situation that you heard us talking about there in the reset.
Right.
And the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini picture surfacing, and now it brings into question a whole bunch of stuff about the A.J. Brown reporting that has been going on there. I mean, again, I'll say it. I said it earlier on in the show. As I sit in the seat that is normally occupied by Andrew Salciunas, he's on vacation this week. He picked one heck of a week to go on vacation down to Florida.
He did, but look, he had no idea this was going to happen, and he staged it to make sure that he was back for the playoffs.
Yes.
I don't think he was expecting a Flyers playoff push like this, which is crazy.
Yeah, but we've got it all locked down for you here on 97.5 The Fanatic throughout the week. We're just talking with the Middays with Mark Skies, who comes your way at 10, and they'll continue the reaction to the big storylines that we've been talking about all morning long. Kevin Kurz of The Athletic joins us coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let's check in and see what we got on the Davis Honda text line as well, because I know it's been buzzing with all of these big stories going on in the Philadelphia sports scene right now. Sean, what are the folks saying?
Yeah, most people checking in on the Bryce Harper situation contract-wise. Mike from Virginia right now says it's probably true that Bryce doesn't have the leverage he thinks he has. It's largely due to his declining play, but if he knows or fears he actually is slowing down, a lockout's coming, his leverage is the best it's going to be right now. So, shoot your shot. I wouldn't pay him, but I get it.
I don't mind him asking.
Yeah, like he has every right to ask.
Look, you have every right to ask. If you're somebody who wants to get paid more at work, ask for it.
And it's a smart time for him to do this. The texter makes a great point. Our texter Mike there talking about how the finances are going to change in the sport, and you want to get in ahead of that.
And that's what he's trying to get in before the salary cap.
I don't blame him at all.
I don't blame him for doing it either. I mean, it's like he's a capitalist. Go after it. I'd laugh in his face. Yeah. I would laugh in his face. I go 6 years out?
Right.
For 39 and 40 years old, you want to renegotiate a contract? Are you nuts?
I don't think he's asking out of Philadelphia anytime soon. And if that's not the case, then he doesn't have any leverage here for the Phillies to give up ground. So I don't expect them to.
And I do think that contract, Connor, though, is attractive. I don't think his contract is not an unattractive dollar figure that would forbid teams going, man, I'm not touching that contract. But I think his contract is still attractive. If they did come to some sort of an impasse, I guarantee you there'd be 4 or 5 teams who would be calling about Bryce Harper.
But it's a full no trade clause,
right?
And he'd have to initiate those trade talks, and I just don't see that with where we're at right now.
No, absolutely not. And I don't want it to happen.
Nah.
And you don't either.
No.
And I know Andrew don't want it to happen. Right, so I mean, nobody wants that.
Guy has 1 3-hit night, and next thing you know, he's underpaid. No, I'm kidding, obviously. This has been a continuing story. But he's not the only one that's been having good nights lately. The Philadelphia Flyers have been just absolutely unconscious on the ice as they make an insane playoff push. You can hear all the games live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And now we get a chance to talk to Kevin Kurz, who's been ingrained with this team, covering them for The Athletic all season long. And Kevin, what have you noticed in this playoff push by the Flyers that maybe you didn't see early on in the season?
Man, you can go right down the list. It's been a completely different team since the Olympic break. You can start with a guy like Owen Tippett, who just has reached another level, and he's a guy that's a little bit late in his career for him to make this sort of a jump, but the jump has been real. I don't think there's any question about that he's just having an impact on a nightly basis. Look at what he did last night. He makes a move around the net, sets up Trevor Zegras, helps set up Trevor Zegras for the first goal, draws a penalty 25 seconds later. They score on the power play. I mean, those are the things he's doing on a regular basis. So I think it starts with him sort of leading the way offensively, but then you look at the infusion of talent they've gotten in the lineup just in the last week, with Porter Martone coming in as a rookie, Tyson Forster returning from injury. We didn't think he was going to be back this season. He's ripping in goals again. Goaltending's still been solid, not just Dan Vladar now. They're getting good backup goaltending from Sam Ersson. Defensively, they've kind of found their structure that they were leaning on so early in the season. Zegras has adjusted back to center. Matvei Michkov is playing much better now that he seems to be a little bit more well-conditioned. I mean, you go right down the list. I mean, there's not a whole lot going wrong for this team right now, and that's where they find themselves where they are.
Kevin, did you see parts of this coming? All of this coming?
No.
Well, to what degree? What degree? And more importantly, how much of it was the defensive changes that were implemented over the Olympic break?
Yeah, that might be the most interesting part. It's getting a little bit of system stuff. But if you go back to the beginning of the season, this team was playing pretty solid defense, and I don't think Rick Tocchet made a whole lot of changes defensively because that was something that they were pretty good at under John Tortorella as well. And the games were kind of boring, low event style. They're playing real heavy defense. They're not getting a whole lot of offense. They're not playing very well offensively either, but they were still staying in games and even winning some games early on because of their defense and because of the goaltending of Dan Vladar. That fell apart in January. There's no question it was a mess in January, and I'm not sure anyone can really put their fingers on it. I mean, maybe it was just the way they played, the fatigue caught up with them in a condensed schedule. Maybe a young team was just having trouble stopping the snowball from going in the wrong direction, but they regrouped. They made some changes. Rick Tocchet's talked about having them, make fewer decisions in the defensive zone. The wingers have changed a little bit the way they come back a little bit on the back check. But it's also been better play from guys like Travis Sanheim, who, I talked to him. He's pretty much been the rock on defense for, a couple of years now, frankly. I talked to him earlier in this week, and he said he thinks he's playing his best hockey of the season coming out of the Olympic break. And this was a guy that played all but one game for Team Canada. You'd think he'd be fatigued, and he's not. He's sort of leading the charge. Rasmus Ristolainen is his partner. That was another change that Rick Tocchet made. He put those two together on the top pair, moved Cam York down with Jamie Drysdale. Drysdale, we've seen him reach another level in terms of his defensive play. So, the defense right now is in a strong position. And again, the goaltending's been solid. Dan Vladar's been good all year. And we'll see if Sam Ersson gets in another game here. I don't know if they want to wear out Vladar too much here, but he's been reliable coming out of the break himself. So I don't think there'd be any hesitation to put him in maybe on Thursday against the Red Wings to give Vladar a little bit of a break.
It's tricky when you start talking about giving guys a break because, truthfully, nothing locked up yet for the Flyers. They still have work to do. In your evaluation, how close are they to this thing? Do you expect them to make it in?
Well, I do think they're going to make. If I had to say right now, do I think they're going to make it in? I'd say yes. I mean, they're playing better than the teams around them, and the Columbus Blue Jackets and New York Islanders if they hold those two teams off, they're going to end up third in the Metro. So. The Blue Jackets won last night. I think they were 1-6-1 before that. It was unfortunate for the Flyers because the Blue Jackets tied it up really late, and then they won in a shootout. And we were standing outside the dressing room in Newark last night, and you could hear the guys were watching the game behind closed doors because there were cheers that went up when I think Columbus probably scored a shootout goal. So they know what's going on, right? But the Blue Jackets hung in. They're 2 points back. The Islanders just changed their coach with 4 games left. Their season resumes on Thursday, so we'll see how they do. But there's still some work to be done here. And the Flyers' schedule isn't necessarily easy. They'll be in Detroit on Thursday. I mean, we'll see if the Red Wings still think they're in it. They might give a last-ditch effort. Winnipeg Jets, they're on the road there on Saturday.
They could be eliminated by Saturday, the Jets, right?
Yeah, they could be, yeah. They gave a nice little second-half push themselves.
Sure.
So if they're out of it Saturday, that could help. And then, you look at the back-to-back at home to end the season next Monday and Tuesday. That's Montreal and Carolina. Those two teams could be locked into playoff position by now. They're already in the playoffs, but Carolina might have the 1 seed locked up. Montreal might be set in stone. So there's a decent chance that those two teams rest players in those final 2 games, which would obviously be a huge help for the Flyers.
Kevin, I see the discourse in Flyers social media has seemed to pipe down a little bit on the rebuild and how the rebuild's gone. How do you believe this last month or the last 6 weeks potentially changes the plans going forward for where the Flyers see 26-27?
Yeah, that's a real good question. You look at their roster right now, there's still some holes to be sure.
Absolutely.
You look at wing, that's obviously where they're strongest now, especially with Martone coming in and making an instant impact. But it hasn't just been him. It's been other young guys. Alex Bump, Denver Barkey. I mean, these guys look like they're solid NHL, if not solid NHL players right now, on the path to becoming solid NHL players. So there's a real glut of high-end talented wingers. And there's still a bit of a lack of depth down the middle. But, with Zegras playing in the middle and playing well there, is he a number one center on a Stanley Cup contending team? I'm still a little skeptical of that, frankly. But he's been playing center admirably the last few weeks. Christian Dvorak has been playing well. Noah Cates is a solid, middle six center. So it's really going to be interesting to see what Daniel Briere does, because at some point everyone's expecting some sort of major trade. And top two, even a number two center rarely comes on the market, let alone a number one center. So, if a guy like Austin Matthews gets traded from Toronto, and I don't think that's going to happen now based on everything I'm hearing coming out of Toronto and everything that's been written there. But if that did happen, or a player of that caliber, would the Flyers be involved? Absolutely. I mean, they wanted to be involved in the Quinn Hughes discussion before he got traded from Vancouver to Minnesota. But basically, from what I was told, the Canucks told them no, probably because they were a little bit worried with a reunion between Hughes and Rick Tocchet. So the Flyers were never really in those discussions. They probably wouldn't have been willing to give up the sort of package that Minnesota did anyway. But just the fact that they were willing to get involved in something like that, I think, shows where they are in the rebuild right now. And we've got a solid core here. We've got some good young players, but we've got to make a big move or two to try and push this thing truly forward to become not just a playoff team, but a contender. And is that going to happen next year? Not necessarily. It might be another year after that. But what Briere is not going to do, and I think he's shown here over the course of his 3 years, is he's not going to make a move just for the sake of trying to push this thing forward on a shorter timeline while jeopardizing anything that they hope they achieve long term.
Talking to Kevin Kurz of The Athletic here on Kincade Salciunas. One more for you, Kev, before we let you go. I'm not trying to get you to say Stanley Cup or anything like that, but what do you see with how this team is playing as the potential ceiling for them?
For this season?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for this season, I mean, listen, if they play the Pittsburgh Penguins in the first round, that's a team with holes, too. I mean, the difference between the Penguins and the Flyers is the Penguins have three future surefire Hall of Famers on the roster, and Evgeny Malkin, Sidney Crosby, and Erik Karlsson. But I like the Flyers' depth better than Pittsburgh's. I like their defensive play better than Pittsburgh. So, could they beat the Penguins in a 7-game series the way they're playing now? Absolutely. Now, Carolina's a different animal. I don't think the Flyers are at the stage where they could probably advance after that. But, getting into the second round, right now, to me, that seems realistic. But, you got 4 games left here to put it over the finish line, and I don't think anybody should be printing the playoff tickets just yet. But it's going to be interesting for them to watch if they do make the playoffs, because they're playing right now as well as anybody in the NHL, particularly on the defensive side of the puck.
Well, we appreciate the time, Kev. If anyone's printing anything,
Thanks,
it
Kev.
should be your articles and your work on The Athletic. So we always appreciate the time you give us, and hopefully we'll have some playoff stuff to talk about with you down the line.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. There he is. Kevin Kurz covers the Flyers for The Athletic. It's nice to hear because
Very
we had
measured.
Yeah,
which
we
is
had
good.
a chance to talk to Rick Tocchet recently, and we've heard from Owen Tippett recently on the show. It's nice to also hear from someone who's ingrained with the team, but not part of that locker room, to hear what he's seen change over the year. And it sounds like they're in a really good spot.
It's impressive. It's really, really impressive what they've managed to do, and it's really, really impressive the fact that Rick Tocchet let it happen. And Jason Martinez gave a great summary of it the other day on Middays with Marks, talking about when a coach lets the organization change its defensive philosophy and lets his coaches come up and sort of change the entire approach. That's a big admit that, yeah, I'm willing to try different stuff. I'm willing to let you guys go a different direction. That was a big admission by Rick Tocchet and showed a lot of growth. This is a multiple-time head coach. And this time he's going to do things differently, and it's worked.
It's something that comes with maturity, and I'm glad that Rick Tocchet is displaying that as the head coach of the Flyers, and it's great work by the players to make that adjustment as well. It's tough to change things on the fly, but it has worked out for the Flyers. We are going to replay for you coming up the best 5 minutes of our interview with Adam Schefter earlier today. So if you missed it, obviously a big story going on in the world of reporting with the NFL, with Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel's pictures surfacing.
You couldn't hear him over the hot tub water bubbling, but it was really good.
I don't think he was in the hot tub unless he was celebrating the Michigan National Championship.
Could be,
but
yeah,
if
that could have been it.
That comes your way at 9:30. But I want to talk about the sports gods for a second.
Okay.
Because they're cruel. And they absolutely have a sense of humor. And if you did not stay up late last night for the Philadelphia Phillies game in San Francisco against the Giants, you missed the return of Orion Kirkering, who was activated from the injured list yesterday. Pour one out for the backpack. Kyle Backus sent down to the minors. Short-lived fan group there. But Orion Kirkering's first batter, it's not like he threw like 2 innings and it just so happened that at some point.
No.
The first batter he faces after what happened in the divisional series last year against the Dodgers, it's a slow chopper out in front of the mound.
You couldn't write that.
Come on, man. Like, how?
And I'm going to argue with you on this one.
Yeah.
He misplayed it. That is the pitcher's ball every time. That ball's to him. He froze. He made no move towards it. He froze.
So he had a slow reaction to the ball.
He didn't make any. I mean,
he went towards the ball, and then he had to pull off to get out of Rafael Marchand's way. Here's what I will say.
Dude, he was so close to that ball.
I understand.
He was the one. That's his ball.
The fielding priority in that situation, catcher has the call. Because the catcher has momentum going towards where the throw is going to be. So if Rafael Marchand calls him off, that is catcher's priority to take over on that play.
He ran to where Kirkering was standing.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. Kirkering, if he moves a step forward, would have been as where he ends up.
Yeah.
If Kirkering just fields that ball instinctively, fields the ball, he fields it. That is what any little league coach would tell him to do. Would not tell the catcher to do it.
Hang on. Well, the catcher gets the call, so they have the right to make that decision in that moment. I agree Kirkering had the better play on that ball, but here's what I'll say. I did not hear the audio from field level. I don't know
and
when
I did not
the call
either.
was made.
I did not either, but
if Rafael Marchand sees that ball, and what's everybody's thought, whether you're a Phillies player, Phillies fan, anybody who knows what the history with Orion Kirkering is, they know what happened with that play. There is a world where Marchand sees that, and he knows who's on the mound. He's like, let me call this one quick and go get it, because the last thing we need is the first play of this guy's season being exactly how last season ended. It would have been, some people might say, oh, well, cool, get the monkey off your back redemption thing to make that play. But there is a chance that Marchand, the second he saw a ball he could get to, was like,
I don't believe that.
Let me
I get that. That's, you know why? That's because you're kind. You actually believe that could happen. I like that because you have a kind heart.
I think that's a realistic potential for what we saw. And I don't think it's...
Guys, before the game, remember, if anything's hit out in front of you, get it, because we can't trust Orion.
Listen, I don't think there's a world where he's not thinking about that. Like, everyone has that thought in their head, whether you're a fan or a member of the team.
I think you're a kind dude.
I'd also say,
I've always known it.
Like, just in a normal play, not even that circumstance, catcher has priority on that ball. Even if it was Orion's, if they call you, they don't want pitchers fielding anything they don't have to field. That's
right to the pitcher. There is not one pitcher on the Philly staff that doesn't field that ball. There is not one pitcher on the Philly staff that does not field that ball.
Catcher calls you off, the catcher calls you off. And I don't know when the call was made.
And,
so
and JT's usually their catcher.
Yeah.
He doesn't usually run all the way to where the pitcher is like that to field a ball.
Yeah, it depends when the call was made. What I will say, though, sports gods, come on, man.
It's
leave
nasty.
The kid alone. What are the chances? That's just the poetry of professional sports. Coming up next, Adam Schefter, the best 5 minutes. We will replay that for you from our interview earlier today. A lot of great stuff in there. If you missed it earlier, you're not going to want to miss it this time around. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Flyers get a big win for their playoff push. I'm Sean Rodman, and they beat the Devils last night on the road. It was a 5-1 win for the Flyers, thanks to a pair of goals from Trevor Zegras and Tyson Forster. Here is Trevor Zegras' opening goal that was less than 2 minutes into the game from Tim Saunders.
Philadelphia racing the other way. Konechny, late in the shift, right wing pass, got it to Owen Tippett. Tippett stops, then swings in behind the net. Sends it out in front. Sanheim, he's got a man, they score! It's Zegras in the far circle.
Flyers sit 2 points ahead of the Blue Jackets after the Blue Jackets got a win last night as well for the final spot in the Metro Division. There's 4 games left to play, and the Flyers are back in action tomorrow against the Red Wings on the road. Phillies lost to the Giants last night, 6-0. It was not Christopher Sanchez's best performance. He allowed 11 hits and 2 earned runs, and the offense wasn't much better. Only 4 hits in the shutout loss for the Phils. JT Realmuto left the game early as well in the second inning due to a bruised right foot. The rubber match is today at 3:45. Aaron Nola gets the start for the Phils. Sixers are off today with the back-to-back starting tomorrow in Houston. This update is brought to you by Family Jewelers. Family Jewelers Company, Viraggio Bridal Shower, April 16th through the 18th. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of your dreams. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, we are going to replay for you. You got to hear this. We had Adam Schefter on, as we do every Wednesday, earlier on the show, and with all of the news going on with the Diana Rousini, Mike Vrabel pictures and that storyline, a lot of questions are being asked about NFL insider reporting, the ins and outs of what these relationships are. Because if you are just on the outside looking in, you might think it's just Schefter sitting in a dark basement on his phone texting people. Like, no, there is a personal relationship to some extent between insiders and the people that they get their information from.
Yes.
It's a relationship business.
It certainly is.
Is it one to this extent?
No, it's not a relationship business. Don't get in the hot tubs with people that you're covering. Don't drive to. By the way, so pulling up this place, just again on this story. This is known as a couples retreat. Does that sound place like where you go on a girls' weekend? No. No.
Well, I've never been on a girls' weekend, but
no, I don't think this is a couples retreat is how this place is built. It's not built as a girls' weekend, go girls, go have a good time. And a head coach in the NFL driving 125 miles out of his way to go hang out with her and her crew. Give me a break, man. If his wife believes that story, give me a break.
It's a bad visual.
Mine would not.
It really is.
Mine would not.
And
just tell you.
It's a big-time story. And with the A.J. Brown reports that have been coming out from Diana Rousini, anonymous sources in those, you question, is it all Vrabel?
Oh, and AJ's in on it, too.
Yeah, but just like when you hear those sources from NFL executives and folks that are contributing to those stories, well, now you wonder what the legitimacy is. And if you do believe it is to some extent legitimate, well, you wonder how the market is trying to be manipulated. It feels like if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan and you're waking up today or you see that yesterday for the first time, it feels like you got played. And
yeah, absolutely.
That's not a good feeling. And while the actual A.J. Brown trade situation, we both agree, is still a very much possibility for the Eagles this offseason, to have this big of a news source feel like it's something that you can't trust or shouldn't have trusted.
Yes.
That's not a great feeling.
It's not a great feeling at all. It's terrible.
So we'll let you hear the best five of Adam Schefter coming up in just a couple minutes. But I want to check in on the Davis Honda text line because we've been buzzing on a bunch of different topics. That story we were just on. Bryce Harper, Scott Boras went on Scott Lauber's podcast, Phillies Extra, and talked about Bryce Harper's contract situation, still wanting to extend that. And then, of course, we have the continuing playoff push of your Philadelphia Flyers, which has been an awesome developing story over the past couple of weeks. So what are the people checking in on the Davis Honda text line, Sean?
All right, Joe from Media checking in on this Dana Rousini story, saying, I'm not sure why anyone would think Rousini's information would be less reliable, but I'm sure most would agree that it is more likely that some of the most sensitive information gets leaked over pillow talk than at sit-down interviews.
It changes if you're being used as a member of the media to change hey, here's what I want you to do. AJ and I are really good friends. Mike Vrabel's documented that. AJ Brown has documented that. I'm quoting them. They're really good friends. They text all the time. Hey, I got Diana Rousini in my back pocket. AJ, you feed her stuff, I feed her stuff. And we make it that this is the only destination where you can be traded. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this whole story.
And part of the responsibility of being a reporter is not just, hey, what's the deal with this, and then blindly reporting that. Now, your job is to report the news, and it's not to totally question your sources, but there is this idea that if someone is telling you something so outlandish that they're clearly like trying to manipulate perspective on something, you have a right to try and get not just the information you're given, but the truth. And this questions how much the commitment to the truth is there versus the commitment to maybe what Mike Vrabel wants to portray is in the best interest of his football team. It's not the first time that people have tried to manipulate the market, but the optics of this make it feel much different than what we've seen in the past. What else do we have on the text line, Shawnee?
All right, next up, let's go to the Flyers conversation. Someone checking in saying, lifelong Flyers fan here, and I am just excited to get playoff hockey. That is just a bonus for me. Don't necessarily need to see them into the next round.
I love
exactly.
people who are at that
I
point.
love that. That's. I want to have a beer with that person.
Yeah.
Watching a playoff game because they're just going to be there for the joy of the moment. It's going to be awesome. We're all going to have a great time with this, and whatever happens, happens. We're going to have a great time with it.
I don't like that.
Come
mentality.
on, Connor.
I like the mentality. I know
You don't like it.
Yeah, why don't you like it, Sean?
It's a loser mentality.
How?
Because you're just basically going in there and saying your team like, we're just happy to be here, happy-go-lucky. Hockey's a sport where you've seen tons of upsets. We've seen 8 seeds go on to win it. It's not like it's basketball where an 8 seed wins once a century, it feels like.
Okay, nobody's...
Now, I'm not saying they're going on a cup run. I don't think they are. We've seen this team. But
nobody's saying...
But they could beat the Penguins.
Yeah, nobody's saying happy to... like they're just happy to be there, the people who are saying that. Because I'm not saying that. Just happy to be there. I want them to play well when they get there. But I'm not judging the success of this season. First of all, it's a big success to get to the playoffs.
Yes, it is.
This team. But I want them to play well when they get there. I'm not like, just they got there, that's good enough. But it's not going to, whatever happens as far as winning and losing, I'm not judging it on this team.
Yeah, this season has already been successful. Now, if they miss the postseason with all of this, it'll be sad, right? I don't even want to use the word disappointing. But this has been a successful season for them, and what they've given us has been a breath of fresh air in the hockey culture in this city. Now, Adam Schefter is always a breath of fresh air for us when he gets a chance to join us on Wednesdays. Here is the best 5 minutes of our earlier interview with Adam Schefter. Premier NFL insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter. And Shefty, one heck of a news day yesterday around the NFL. Just your initial thoughts. Will give you the floor to talk about what you think as an NFL insider when everything is such in the news with the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation that surfaced yesterday.
I guess my first thought would be that they went to the families of the people involved. And, I just wish everybody the best and hope everything works out with everybody.
Do you believe the Rams story, Adam, had anything to do with the Rams worrying about the Puka Nacua story?
Sure.
And what we didn't know about the Puka Nacua story at the time, the details of it. Do you think that's why Les Snead was sniffing around A.J. Brown?
I don't think it was a primary reason. I do not. But to think that it had nothing to do with it would probably be inaccurate as well, right? Like, I can't tell you exactly how much it had to do with it. But, again, all I'm going to say to you is, like, and I don't know what other people were putting out at that time. But I remember, I'll just say this, there was one day I was waiting. I'm like, I wonder if today's the day. And there was nothing that day out there. So, again, the only reason I bring that up to you is the way I do my job is differently than the way other people do their job in terms of I'm not into play-by-play of trade developments for that reason. Because sometimes they develop into the actual trade and sometimes they don't. I'd rather know it's getting done. And I know it's getting done, if it's getting done, I will be there to report on it.
You had a recent report about Dexter Lawrence. Let's get into some NFC East news. Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade from the New York Giants. That's big news for Eagles fans because he's a talented player. What's the latest on that?
Listen, it's a complicated situation. Basically, I think that it's a situation where, he's been unhappy there the last couple of years, not thrilled, and they look at it last year. He didn't do. I think he had a half a sack and didn't play up to the Dexter Lawrence all-pro level that we know. And so both sides are trying to figure out what to do. I just know that he's not happy right now. And that's an issue. Because in my mind, either they have to figure out some sort of adjustment to that contract that will make him happier, or they have to decide they're going to trade him, one or the other. And I don't think status quo is going to work. So it's a question of how they want to handle it and go from there.
We had the big article that came out about Jalen Hurts, and a lot of folks nationally, it seemed like, were saying hit piece surrounding that. I want to know from the conversations that you've had, What has been the response to that Jalen Hurts article from outside of Philadelphia and how people are viewing Hurts around the league?
You know, what I find interesting, and it's just some food for thought here, and we think about it as we go along. We've spent an awful lot of time talking about Jalen Hurts, right? And that's fair. I got it. Big deal, polarizing figure to a certain extent. But Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert did their contract 2 weeks after Jalen Hurts. Why isn't anybody asking why they're not extending it?
If somebody of your caliber, like, got involved in a story like this with an NFL head coach or a general manager and everything, and it was manipulating the news cycle potentially, I would think that the league would look into that and think that could be some dirty pool.
I hadn't thought about it like that. All I would say to you is that Mike Vrabel has been actually more open talking about A.J. Brown than I've heard most people talking about other trade targets. When he was asked at the combine, he openly talked about their relationship. When he was asked at the owner meetings, he talked about him. Usually when a player's name comes up, it's nothing short of he's on another team. That's it. And Mike went further than other people do. Not right, not wrong, not tampering. But I was surprised that he went to talk about the relationship. Again, there is a relationship, so he's entitled to do that. But again, he put it more out there than most people do. Do I think he's tampered? John, this kind of stuff goes on with every player all the time.
Adam, we appreciate the
Adam.
time as always. Congrats on the Natty. Thank you for joining us, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
There he is, Adam Schefter, of course, of the great University of Michigan, who won the national championship this week. And great work by him, as always, with ESPN. Really intriguing perspective on the Mike Vrabel, Diana
he was
situation that's going on. And something important to bring up, too, and we were talking to John Marks about this a little bit. Tough for the families involved, too.
It's terrible.
It's a big story from the Philadelphia perspective just because of the A.J. Brown situation, but there are a lot of far-reaching implications.
You're Mike Vrabel. You have 2 adult sons, and you've been married to their mom for 25 years.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, that's some dirty business.
Yeah,
that's some dirty business.
It's not a great story optically. It's not a great story in general for those involved there, but one that we have to continue to talk about. Now, coming up next, we'll get our final Twitter poll numbers. Has to do with that situation, and also, just like every other night during this playoff push, we will give you the rooting interest for the Sixers and Flyers tonight, and a little peek ahead at the Phillies trying to go for a series win in San Francisco. That comes your way next here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right. Give those guys their space in just a little bit, but we've had a busy day on Kincade and Salciunas. A lot of great stuff that we've been getting into with some big-time stories around the Philadelphia sports scene, and it's not stopping anytime soon. This is a busy week that we've got just because of, alone, the Sixers and Flyers postseason pushes. We've been doing this the past couple of days.
We got nothing to watch in hockey, though.
Yeah, nothing.
Which is nothing to watch tonight. So tonight we get a night off of hockey. We get day baseball and nothing to watch in hockey. So
it's just nice to maybe collect yourself a little bit after that. Take some time to bask in the glory of what the Flyers are doing right now.
I got to catch up on GH. So that's good. So it's been a lot going on in Port Charles.
Honestly, we have had just so much we've had to watch. It feels like every night has been like a multiple screens type of night, which is a good thing. You think back to last year and where these teams were.
It's so much fun. We have mid-April stuff coming.
Yeah, that is a wonderful thing. So you have the Phillies in action tonight. They are the only this afternoon sports team that is actually playing. So they'll take on the Giants for the final game out there in San Francisco. Still a chance to win the series, which anytime you can do that in San Fran is good. 3:45 p.m. first pitch for that one. Aaron Nola on the mound. I already told you, Johnny. I got no idea, man.
Yeah, no idea.
I don't know.
It's like Russian roulette.
He was good in Colorado.
Yeah, that's something. That's something.
But he also got a lot of early run support in that game, so we'll see what he's able to do.
I think you got to make the trip to San Francisco and see the stadium because it's awesome.
Yeah.
It is a great stadium.
I don't know that I want to be in that building. I feel like it's not good for people.
No, but I think that might be
Philadelphia.
the karma that changes it all.
You think so? You think
it might be. Might be. But it's freezing in that place.
Okay.
It's freezing.
I will go ahead and make sure that I dress warm when I do go out there.
And you're always cold. You have gloves this morning.
But
so
it was like
that just
32.
tells you. Well, you'd need gloves then seeing a game in San Fran this time of year.
I absolutely would. Now, there is a little bit of rooting interest for the Sixers tonight in the NBA. One game that you want to keep an eye on. The Orlando Magic are hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, the Magic are behind the Sixers technically in the standings.
They have to. You got to see Minnesota win that game tonight.
Yes, because that then affects what's going on with the play-in and everything with the seeding.
You want to be in seventh, so you have two shots at home to make the playoffs.
Yes, so we're rooting for the Timberwolves, and hopefully Ant is available for the start of the game, doesn't have to use the restroom or anything. We're hoping the Timberwolves are able to knock off the Magic tonight, and then you've got Sixers-Rockets tomorrow night, and, of course, the Flyers back in action tomorrow night as well.
The Sixers-Rockets is a must-win for the Sixers.
It is.
If you want any shot at the sixth seed, it's a must-win. Like, you can't lose that one. So it's going to be wild tomorrow. And then the Flyers, they beat Detroit tomorrow night. Already it looks really good.
We'll have time to talk about it tomorrow, but that just feels like we owe them one game. I felt they were better in the last matchup against Detroit. They were the better team.
Okay.
The officiating was questionable.
Terrible. It was absolutely terrible.
And I think that's one game where you're like, okay, let's give them a little bit of payback.
But Detroit's been so leaking oil. Like, they have been a team that has been absolutely leaking oil. You got to take advantage of it tomorrow night. Just put them out of their misery and put this thing away. Or it gets a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
And the last three. But I do believe the Carolina-Montreal next week at home, I'm just looking at it. I don't believe either team's going to be playing for anything.
And if they rest guys the way this Flyers team's playing,
I don't think either team's playing for anything. So I really do believe you're going to have unmotivated teams coming in. Flyers totally motivated. Yeah, I'm liking the numbers. Get tickets for Monday night because that mathematically you might have a clinch scenario type there where you're watching the clock.
There you go. I like the way your mind is thinking. Now, let's see what the people are thinking with our Twitter poll. Thank you to Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. We opened up the Twitter poll right up at the start of the show in the 6 o'clock hour. And still here, as we get close to 10 o'clock, it is standing strong. Sean, what are our final Twitter poll numbers today?
All right, our final Twitter poll numbers for our question, how much do you believe in the Vrabel Rousini story has impacted the coverage of a potential A.J. Brown trade? Completely at 49% is our winner today, somewhat at 35%, and not at all at 16%.
I'm surprised not at all came in that high.
Yeah.
A little surprised. People believe there's still integrity out there.
But I think the important takeaway from that one is that basically half, 49%, well, let's just call it 50 for the sake of half, are saying it's completely influenced that.
And let's not lose the fact that A.J. Brown's a colluder with the two of them, big time. A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel, like this, self-admittedly, by both of them, on the record. And now we know that Vrabel and Diana Rousini, like this.
Right.
I don't know if they're like this or I got to do some other finger positions. As far as I didn't mean it like that, but I mean other positions. These two are intertwined. They are tied at the hip. So they're sharing information. Not like that either.
Let me say,
they're sharing information. They're sharing information. And so A.J. Brown is the conduit of that information.
Yeah, like he is not.
They say they text all the time. Him and Vrabel.
Yeah, he's not like this guy just sitting there like, what in the world are they saying?
I have no idea what Diana's saying to Mike Vrabel.
But
none at all.
How much of this has been overstated? How much of this has been manipulated? And what does it mean for the market for A.J. Brown? We won't know until we get closer to that June 1st date because no one's making the move now.
No one's making the move.
But
why would you?
In something that has already been a dramatic saga for the Philadelphia Eagles, this isn't even their doing, and it has gotten even more dramatic. So there will be more to come on this.
It's such a bad story.
We thought it was going to be quiet till June 1st. Isn't that silly of us that we weren't going to get drama when it comes to Philadelphia sports?
Didn't expect this drama.
No, I don't think any of us did. But we broke it down all morning, and Middays with Marks is going to be ready to do that for you coming up at 10 on tomorrow's show. We're going to have Andrew DeCecco in studio with us.
Look forward to that.
So we'll get a chance to get in some
good draft talk. Yes.
Also, he himself, a beat reporter. We'll talk to him a little bit about what we got into today on this.
Who's he been in the hot tub with?
I'm not sure. He doesn't strike me as a hot tub guy. But
we're going to find out.
We'll talk to him tomorrow. And we also have, don't forget, Scott Lauber will join us tomorrow. He did the interview with Scott Boras that brought all this Bryce Harper stuff up. So we'll get to hear directly. And there was a lot more in that interview with one of the most powerful men in baseball that'll be really intriguing to pick Scott Lauber's brain about. So just like every day this week, another busy day comes your way tomorrow on Kincade Salciunas. But now it is time for Middays with Marks, with Johnny, Sean, and Ray coming your way right at 10 o'clock. And also, your next chance to win $1,000 right at 10 o'clock. So if you touch that dial, you're costing yourself money. For John Kincade and Sean Rodman, I'm Connor Thomas saying thank you. We will talk to you tomorrow here on Kincade and Salciunas. Middays with Marks next.